All right, we are now live once again. Hell yeah. Hold on, I forgot to share my screen. There we go.
Okay, I'm checking. We'll check if this is true. Okay, the stream is on. I'm gonna like it.
Yay.
Give it a like.
Thanks, babe. I swear I smell popcorn.
It might be your own breath. Would you consider that?
I don't know why my breath would smell like popcorn.
Why does the paws of my cat smell like Cheetos?
What?
That is a thing. Like animals when they get like wet their paws and they stay wet for a while. They start smelling like Cheetos because they have like mold, like what do you call it? Like dings in their paws. Okay, your random Spanish word of this moment is boludo.
For noodle?
Maybe close. B.
God, if I wasn't so dyslexic, I might actually be able to learn this.
I will remember to ask Crossing if we can make you dyslexic.
No, I've always been like that. I just never got diagnosed. I didn't realize until years later when I was an adult that, holy shit, I'm dyslexic.
And you could try doing what I did for English. Just watch some like shows in Spanish.
I actually tried that. I tried watching Adventure Time in Spanish, and I don't know, I wasn't picking up nothing. Of course, I only got like 3 or 4
Mm.
episodes in.
Hey V, come on in. Pizza's getting.
I'm
We're in the
being
kitchen.
breaded right now.
You made it. Good. Grab a
Oh,
seat.
yeah.
This is Roxanne. She's worked at Clouds longer than any of us.
Hello.
Hey, nice to meet you.
When I heard what you pulled at Clouds, shit, I so regretted I was off that day.
So then, what's the plan?
Need to wait for Michael.
Come here, Chris.
That's for sure. But I just want to have a normal job, too. No fears, no tears.
You'll never get rid of the stench of the corpse. You drop a lot of them, don't you? What's your secret?
Subtlety comes naturally to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, odd, given how much work I gotta put into it. By the way, Boris didn't show
Oh,
up today.
by
Hurry up.
Girl 666 says, casket in how many hours are you into this?
So, what's this
I'm
plan?
900 hours.
I'd like to hear the answer to that
Of
too.
course, this save
I
file's only got
modified the behavioral chip.
35
It can equip
hours.
any doll with a motor reflex system. In other words, make the doll move and fight like a preem-tier solo.
Fascinating, isn't it? What one can learn while tuning fake orgasms for the Moxes.
Mind stepping outside? Can't smoke in here.
You'll air it out later. Fine, I'll sit by the window.
The body will react as if executing a well-trained series of movements. Already tested it out on Tom. Chip's impulses supplant any natural reflexes, so it'll make users feel like they're experiencing cyberpsychosis.
But it's basically the same as when we activate ourselves for a client.
The solo skills don't lie in just executing movements. There are split-second processes that happen. Logistics, decision-making, result of years of practice. Doubt your chip's capable of compensating for that.
You're probably right, but I don't see another way. Alternative's intensive training, but we don't have time for that.
Tech that's all pros and no cons. I don't buy it. Side effects, spill them.
Combat mode auto-initiates when a threat is present, and there's no way to stop it. Can't find a workaround.
And that's it.
I don't know. Only way to determine that would be through months of testing on a range of subjects.
There's an ethical side, too. You can murder someone and not remember a thing.
All right? Gotta see it to believe it.
Finally, someone said it.
Tom? Pulled that sequence from a kung fu training virtue.
Gotta admit, not bad.
Yeah, for the market square in Kabuki. Before we start talking serious biz, gonna need to see serious action.
You just saw him.
I saw a bar trick. I want to see a fight. Got an expert in causing bodily harm among us. I want to see how Tommy handles her.
V? Just don't mess up my digs, okay? I like it here.
It's on now.
What the? Ah! Everything chill? You okay?
Look at me go. You see that? Woo! Gotta do some
V?
cardio.
If you've got something to say, just say it.
Who, me? This is my impressed face.
Okay, I'm going to try to think of words for dick in Spanish.
V?
Okay.
Alright.
Probably settles it. The chip works.
Pene.
Let's get to it then. You've got an elite force of 3 muscleheads and a techie.
Verga.
What now?
Guards and tiger claws in and around will overpower, take down, disarm.
Salchicha.
Sort 'em out, clouds will be
The
up.
last one was sausage, just so you know.
Bosses will give an ultimatum, a cut of the proceeds in exchange for never showing their faces at the club again, and having no say in how the club's managed.
That's what I thought. A half-baked, insane plan. You can't see more than
So,
an inch ahead of you. Taking out the security there won't
it's a
solve
different
anything.
type of sausage.
Laws will just send more. Hiromi Sato is the man you gotta get to.
Where do we find this
Wait,
Harumi?
do they ever have a word for
Apartment.
chorizo? Have
H8
you never heard the
Megatower.
word chorizo?
Topmost floor. It's a
Chorizo?
penthouse. Almost
I
never
don't
Yeah.
think
steps outside
so.
its glass walls. But I'll figure out a
It's
way to get
it's
inside.
like a smaller sausage, and it's usually made of. I think it's usually made of pork.
Plan just might work. Michael,
Technically, you could have
taking you on
anything
board
inside.
too?
Wouldn't be wasting my time here if I wasn't.
So how about it, V, Tom, Roxy? Made up your minds?
I need to think about it. Never wasted anyone before, you know.
I'm with it all the way.
V?
Don't tell me you're seriously considering this.
Count me in, Judy. Already said I'd help, didn't I?
Thanks, V.
Save the gratitude for later, please. I'll set up the meet with Hiromi and let you know. I need a couple days. Have fun. Toodaloo.
Michael, hold up. Give us the name.
Oh, what am I
Okay,
doing?
Only
wait,
if you
before you
drink
say
coffee.
anything, we are on
Feel a
stream.
migraine coming on.
Oh, I know.
Oh,
I
alright.
came.
Yes, please don't say the N word 72 times.
Yeah.
I am
Speaking of
stream of
gratitude,
Christ.
stuff I'm asking you to do, well, usually comes with a price tag, I know.
What are y'all getting
Whatever,
into?
I get that.
Playing
I'm not having
Cyberpunk,
to
hanging out.
Feels like it's only right.
Cyberpunk.
Judy,
Hanging out.
real? No. Don't do
Nice,
it.
nice,
But
nice. I
No,
am
oh,
stream of Christ. I've come to save you from your sins.
Really?
V, everything okay?
So come here, children, so that I may save you from your sins.
Okay.
You have been saved. You are all welcome.
Feeling better.
Well, it's much
What? What are you
What the
appreciated.
doing to
hell,
us?
V? You, like, sick?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Evelyn hired
Yeah. Oh
me.
my God, I need to tell you what
A
happened to
relic
Carrie
was gonna
yesterday.
corrupt.
Holy shit.
What happened?
Get that in a million years.
So I got really, really drunk last night.
Well, long story short,
After I left the
I
live
signed
stream, I
some
went and hung out with my friend Bull. Carrie came into the living room and she said, I feel like I'm going to faint. And I said, Are you okay? And as soon as I said that, she fell, hit her head on the desk, and hit the floor
Ooh.
like hard. I mean, her full body. It was bam, bam. And here I am, 13 beers in. And I'm like, Oh, fuck. This is not good. I'm like, Baby, are you okay? Are you okay? And like she fucking hit hard. So we were in the hospital until 5 o'clock this morning, and God, that was terrible. So I mean, I had to call 911 drunk off my ass. The ambulance showed up. The police showed up. So somewhere out there in the universe, there's footage of me talking to an officer drunk off my ass for 20 minutes.
Wow.
So if anyone wants to subpoena that, there you go. You can see me drunk
If I
talking for
ever
20
find
minutes.
it, I'll put it on my channel.
Well, it exists. I know that for a fact, don't it, baby? Yeah, yeah, it exists. Long story short, Carrie's okay. They have her on some meds. The end. I'm not going to go into that too much detail on that, but so I spent all night drunk in the hospital with her, making sure she was okay. And it was terrifying.
Well,
I
what
was
have we
like, I was,
learned?
do it.
I said, what have we learned?
Well, we learned that I talk a lot more to cops when I'm drunk. But if you want to see it, you got to look up the footage. It literally for like 20 minutes, me and the cop were talking. You know, first of all, they wanted to make sure that it was no domestic violence situation because her
Yeah,
face
of
was
course.
bleeding, bruised up. Yeah, because she hit the desk and hit the floor. So one talked to me, someone else talked to Carrie while she's sitting on the couch. And like because she passed out, she was able to make her way to the couch, and I was like, "Stay there. I'm calling 911." So they show up. I'm drunk. She's bleeding from her face, and so it was just a bad looking situation. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But it was, yeah. But they figured out why she passed out, and they gave her medication, and they were able to identify what it was that caused her to pass out.
Well, what happened?
Well, I'm not going to go into her personal medical stuff,
That's probably a good
but
idea.
they were able to give her medicine through IV. It took an hour. and then they basically told her that she needs to take this certain thing, and so she started doing that today. I went and bought it for her, didn't I, baby? Yep.
Oh,
So,
at least she's okay now.
yep, she's okay now, except her face is bruised up and her finger is really bruised up because when she fell and passed out, her finger like bent wrong.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's what happened to me all night, and then I came back home. I stayed up until about 10 o'clock because I needed to call in to her work to let them know that she's not coming in. I wanted her to sleep, and then I ended up passing out until about 3 o'clock. So 2 o'clock. Yeah, yeah, and I stayed up till 10. Yeah, to make sure that we called in because we thought you worked today. Remember? So after that, I slept until 2. So I slept 4 hours today. So
Damn.
yeah, but I was taking care of her. I was making sure we got everything done, need to be done. You know, it wasn't anything majorly serious. Thank God. You know, but it was scary, man. Absolutely scary.
I do.
You need to talk more whenever you live stream playing video games.
I know I do.
So do it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my playthrough.
Yeah.
We're about to talk to a coffee vending machine.
What are you doing?
Vending
I'm
machine.
satisfied with my appearance, thank you very much.
How did the rest of the
Please
podcast go last
stop.
night after I
You
split?
I
Fine.
didn't make you a cup of
He
tea.
asked
What'd
you
y'all
to
talk
do
about?
How
something
about
I
I
can't
politely.
remember.
Chill the fuck out. Just an SCSM.
Well, that's all good.
please just leave me alone? Do it for your mother.
I'm smoking.
I know Helen's very worried about you.
The fuck? How you know my ma?
Be chilled, all right? Brendan didn't mean
So,
anything
but
by
yeah,
it.
that was my day yesterday. So, Alice, what are you getting
Didn't mean
into?
anything. He's a fucking
And much
SCSM. And he's
playing
collecting
Seller.
data on my mom.
Oh, you're playing Zelda?
Memory. Pretty standard these days.
Nice.
Trying to be smart with me?
Also
Why you
teaching
defending him?
casket words in
This pile of
Spanish.
rust collecting dirt on me for the fucking
Oh,
courts, yo. Who knows? Maybe you're a
Which
corporation too.
tell
What
me
the
an
fuck
insult
you
in
want
English and
for,
I will
huh?
try to translate it to Spanish.
okay. What would
Boy, I
this?
was
Okay,
scared
if
to my
I
core.
said
I thought he'd
you
pin
look
some mean
like
things
the
on
type
me.
of
The
person
humiliation.
that would wipe
Since we met for
backwards
so
to
much together,
forwards.
I guess that makes us best
Okay.
friends. That goes for my discount.
Te ves como el tipo de persona
Don't
que
worry,
se
you
limpia
deserve it.
de
You're the
atrás
one
para
who's been lucky,
adelante.
and yet
Nice.
so nice.
Not to
Nice.
everyone.
I couldn't be mean even if I
Love
wanted
it.
to, especially to you.
Wait,
You're not supposed to be
Mm.
here, and yet here
Or what
you
about
are.
this? You look like the
Way
type
to
of
go,
person that
man.
enjoys the smell of their own fart.
Okay.
how
Te ves como el tipo de
Goodbye.
persona que le gusta el olor de
Lots
sus
of
peos.
people come to me. I got your name once or twice and pieced together the puzzle.
That's funny.
how about
All right, Casket, give an insult.
You're not being the person Mr. Rogers thought you could be.
I would love to know. You know what? They remember making me look what the show Mr. Rogers was named in Spanish.
Mr. Rogers.
What
Your
was
nose
the
is
name?
making a whistling sound.
Who, me?
Oh.
It's okay. No, my girlfriend. Where it's swollen. You going to sleep, baby doll? So Carrie and I were talking today, but we just finished Squid Game season 2. Have y'all
Oh,
seen Squid
please,
Game season 2?
No,
please
I
don't spoil it.
haven't.
I still need to watch like 2 episodes.
Oh shit! Well, you know what? That's going to be on next week's docket for the Casket Crew podcast. Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's so fucking good. I'm putting it on the docket.
Yeah.
I'm not spoiling it. Here's you're gonna when it ends, you're gonna be mad. That's all I'm gonna
Krusty,
say.
shut
I
up.
can't
You're
wait to
starting
hear
to
about it.
spoil things.
Or you'll be incredibly happy. I don't know. I don't know how you feel. We finished that today. We're gonna watch. I've never seen Hunger Games before, so
Oh.
Carrie and I are gonna start watching Hunger Games. I'm curious.
Okay. I found out that that Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was very much translated directly to Spanish. It didn't change anything. So
Huh.
the name of the show will be in Spanish is El Vecindario del Señor Rogers.
Huh. The
Sometimes
neighborhood
when
of
the
Mr.
characters have
Rogers.
very much like American names, they sometimes change the like last name to something more Latin American sounding.
So it's the direct translation is the neighborhood of Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. In Spanish it will be El Vecindario del Señor Rogers.
Yeah. So it'd be the neighborhood of Sir Rogers, Senior
Yeah.
Rogers.
Yeah,
Huh.
because in Spanish we say things almost like backwards to how they say it in English.
Interesting. Cool. I
It's
did
something
not.
that that learning English, like you will be like I'm told always like, oh yeah, they will explain to people like, oh yeah, in Spanish we say el tomate rojo, but in English you say red, the tomato is red. I don't know. We say it backward. We usually put the adjective first.
Yeah.
Red
Oh
is
yeah,
the
and in Spanish
tomato.
we always you have to give everything a gender.
Hmm.
In Spanish is almost impossible to not refer to something by a gender like pronoun.
My bike disappeared.
Hey, also,
We have an equivalent to eat.
just so you know, season 3 of Squid Games was leaked. The release date is going to be in June. So we only have 6 months to wait for season 3. So, don't freak out. The end. That's no
Yeah.
spoiler. That's spoiler free. Hmm. Squid Games. I wonder if they're going to get. I think season 3 might be the last, or I don't know if they're going to get renewed.
You know,
The, con- the concept of the show is great.
this is not an American show, so it's not like they can get renewed forever until the ratings go down.
Yeah.
I really like when American shows do that. It's just like, oh yeah, instead of finishing the show in a good moment, let's milk it out until people start watching it and then just like silently cancel it.
Hmm.
Cares.
I hate that
Oh,
so
yeah.
much.
If you could forget one show and rewatch it again for the first time, what show would it be?
Steven
My
Universe.
childhood. Really?
Oh, someone just
Okay,
joined.
so welcome to the podcast.
Oh, it's a podcast.
Yeah, well, I'm live
No,
streaming.
it's just, yeah, he's
Everything is a
live streaming. He's
podcast.
playing.
Hello, V.
No, wait. The podcast
Welcome to
was
my
yesterday.
podcast in which we talk
In
about
limited
other
cargo
people's
will be traveling
podcasts.
from Night City to the base where they're due to meet the
That
buyer.
the podcast was
We'll stop it
yesterday.
at the railroad
It
crossing.
was.
You have to do is shove this
Technically,
baby
it's not
in
a
its way.
podcast.
V,
Yeah, I
any
listened to
questions?
some of it. Uh,
Seems
I
like
had my
there's a lot
thoughts
of
for sure.
abandoned stations around.
The
Yes,
poor historian.
This
there
ship belongs
is
to a
a casket
corporation that ran a cement
queen, my
factory.
girlfriend.
They used it as their reloading point.
Didn't take the train instead?
Historian, if you're out there, we miss you, buddy.
We love you.
Since we left
We look
Where
forward to
is
your
he? What
return.
happened to
for
him?
a time,
I don't know if we
everything
should
went
say live
back
Uh,
on
to the
air.
old ways. This engine ran on
okay.
nuclear. Like
What do you
some
think,
things,
Casket?
We're
Not
here.
Oh yeah,
not
he
working with the
messaged.
center.
He messaged me.
Torps. They probably listed it in a spreadsheet as cost
We're still
optimization.
thinking about you, buddy.
It's old tech. The knock tower looks
So
empty.
that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
He's like the phoenix. He always comes back.
hmm New Year's was fun.
So,
Ugh.
what have I missed so
Okay, give
far?
me 1 sec. I'm gonna capture my son.
Capture
What have
them.
What have I
So,
missed so
Give me a
far?
taser.
so what were your thoughts about the podcast from yesterday, Queso?
Hand? Of course.
I wasn't a fan, to be honest.
Okay.
I was busy, so I listened to it when I arrived back late at night and found it
Yeah.
bit hyperbolic, maybe.
Okay.
I could
That's
sense
fair.
the excitement, but I I worry, like no one, Casket and others, Jeff, are not the type to push back on claims that you'd make, but there were numerous stuff you were saying about AI where I was like, oh, and then I looked it up and I was like, okay, that's not.
Like what? Were you talking about Willow, or like what are you talking
No,
about?
for example, a claim you made where you said AI would reach. We
Oh
have
yeah,
an
no, there's
AI. Wait, you didn't even hear what I was gonna say. We have an AI system where it's able to replicate or translate 100% of human thought. Claim that you made.
no. We have. I can literally show you the documentaries where that, like for example, they have people looking at images randomly of their own volition. They pick them themselves out of anything they want to look at, and the AI can look at their brain and literally show you what the image is based off of um
Okay,
their
but that's not the
patterns.
that's not the claim that you. Then you have to be careful of the words you use because you said 100%, right? And so it's not, that experiment or that documentary is very shows the limited nature, right? It's not going to be able to like read your mind yet, right?
Well, what it shows is that it's capable of doing it. It's a working model. That it's the only thing that is needed
Not
is
currently capable of doing it.
it is to a degree.
See,
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do it at all.
understand you're not listening to me, Krusty. I'm not saying that it's not capable to a certain degree, but it's not capable enough to meet the standards in which you
Oh, you
claimed
know
in
what?
the
I
episode.
see. Yeah.
You said we have reached the point where it can do it can translate 100% of human thought. That you claimed. I can find the exact wording.
Okay, you're right. I probably did say that. What I should have said is, with the development in AI, we're going to get to that point. Like because it's
Okay.
already a working model. We're not there right
Yes.
now, but it's we're heading in that direction.
Yes. So that was the like I could sense the excitement, but some of like the way that you were phrasing things was misleading, and it was very it felt like a lot of clickbait titles you see online.
I don't think it was misleading because they've already proven that it works. It's just about gathering more data points in order to make it more refined.
You were trying to explain the state of the current landscape with AI to Casket
Yeah.
in the episode, and so the way that you were saying it, now that you
Sorry.
you modulate now and you correct yourself now, but in the episode, right, no one was challenging you on it, so and from my perspective, it seemed as though I was just listening to a bunch of AI bros.
Well, I am definitely on Team AI. I mean, I'm not going to argue against that. I'm 100% on Team AI. I'll never say otherwise. There is currently working models.
What does that mean, Krusty? What does that entail, being on
Okay, well,
mean the
what
AI can never do any wrong.
it means that I believe that I'm gonna always be on Team AI. I'm never gonna work against AI ever. Whatever it chooses, I'm just gonna go with.
Okay, so if an AI, so let's say there's an AI robot, right? So like, why do you say that when the things that created AI are humans that are capable of mistakes, right?
Well, I mean, well, here's the thing that could be argued for anything. Like, if I like someone, but they have a shitty parent, that doesn't mean I shouldn't like them just because they have a shitty parent.
That's really a really
Yeah.
false equivalency. But let's go back for a second.
Because it's all for the
God,
family, right?
took another hit.
Not that you want to kick Saul.
My brain.
Not another.
We were saying about how
I know that I asked you
in
for
my notebook.
confession, but
All right, what were you just talking about the AI?
because it's important.
Yeah, no, AI.
Is that all?
I mean, we talked about Willow. We talked about AI.
No, but what
Now,
were we just saying? Like, what was like
oh,
10
dude, I don't
seconds
know.
ago?
I've taken like 3 hits in the last like 15 to 20 seconds. You're gonna have to tell me.
No one's paying attention. Well, I just told you I don't know.
I don't know either. Casket, Alice, can someone tell?
Terrible.
What
I have to
happened?
write shit down. No,
I
don't
don't
worry,
know.
Alex. You were not privy. It's not your fault.
I'm about to take another.
I don't even know
another
where
one
I
hit.
am right now.
All right, well, I'm taking another
Anyway,
one.
yeah. So we were saying. Actually, you know what I'm gonna
Yep.
do? I'm gonna literally listen and just back
Okay.
because I'm gonna listen back to the stream.
Okay. That's fair. But I can show you where are already doing that with images, and not only just images. I, they're also able to do it with thoughts, like independent thoughts. Like if you are thinking, like for example, let's say you're thinking something like, I don't like that person, it will immediately be able to identify this person doesn't like this other person. They're thinking a negative thought about this other person right now,
Well, Krusty.
and vice
So
versa.
sorry to interject. I remember what we were talking about, right? You said quote I am 100% on Team AI.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's what we were talking about. And then so I said, well, AI is made by humans. Humans make mistakes, right? For example, would you call the self-driving system in Tesla AI?
I would say that it is. I mean, everything makes mistakes, but the thing is, I mean, relatively speaking, I'm on Team AI. AI is always going to improve. Humans are limited based off of our genetic makeup, and AI is only limited based off of the technology that it currently has available to it.
But you didn't answer the question, Krusty. I asked, would you consider
No,
Tesla
like I would say that
autopilot?
I don't know it well enough. I've not looked into Tesla's driving stuff. I don't.
Okay, so you can't say yes or no. So you say I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's fair enough. Okay. But do you
I'd
see
have to.
how the general public would view that as an example of an artificial system, right? Because it's driving a car on its own, right? Self-driving car.
Yeah. I see. Excuse me. I'm gonna put this down. I see what you're saying.
Right? So anyway, I'm just saying that I think saying you're 100% on any team is really like not great because everyone makes mistakes, like you said, which means that when they make the mistake, you have to be able to call it out, right? Fair and square. And if you're 100% on a certain team, you're less likely to do so for your own interests in mind. So I'm just saying that the way you said that was concerning to me because, yeah, of course, like if corporate billionaires use AI, I'm not sure if I would be 100% team AI, right?
Yeah. I think no. Well, in my personal beliefs, I think AI is going to get to the point where no human can control it, where it's going to be non-controllable, and that's what I think is going to be ultimately like the equalizer.
Ought to raise a glass.
Okay. On Krusty, I'm still waiting for those links, by the way.
Try and get.
No, I'm serious. Like I didn't mean that as like a gotcha or anything. Like I'm actually.
Okay. But speaking on AI, though, I mean, I am 100% an AI. I mean, if you want to call me an AI, bro, I won't say I'm not, because I am completely on Team AI. I find it so fascinating how breakthroughs are happening at such massive rates. You know, literally go back to the year 2021. I said this in the podcast. In 2021, they were saying by 2030 we would have where we would start seeing videos being created with AI. It's 2025, and we can make short videos now. We're
What?
already.
But here's the question for you: what benefit is there creating a realistic video of someone doing something that they did not do?
Well, I'm choosing to look at the positive aspects because
See, because I understand that, but you're avoiding answering the question. What benefit is there
now
for like creating a video of someone let's say I create a video of you on a with AI that's very realistic, murdering someone, right?
Okay.
Why is that? What does that contribute to society?
Independent entertainment. Maybe you just wanted to see me do that. I have no idea.
Would that not be an alarming position for you to find yourself in, where someone says, "Hey, I saw this video of you on the internet, of you murdering someone," and the AI has reached a capability where you literally cannot tell like that actually looks like you. It's wearing the clothes you were wearing that day, right? Because it sees a photo of you that day.
Yeah,
so does that not alarm you? Does that not worry you in any way?
Well, it already exists. Look up the video of Will Smith eating.
You're not
spaghetti.
answering. I know, but you're not answering the question, Krusty. I know it already exists.
It doesn't alarm me. It does not alarm me at all.
So it. Oh, that's a bit alarming to me. That doesn't alarm you. That someone would be able to create realistic fake videos of anyone.
I feel like right now it's alarming because it's new, but in another 10 years, that's going to be so commonplace that no one's going to be affected by it or faced by it at all.
No, see, that's just such a. I'm not arguing, but that's not. You're not listening to me. I'm not arguing that it's it's unethical and unnecessary.
Well, I don't know. Like I will tell you right now. Like yesterday, I posted on social media. I can't wait for the day where I can get a book accurate version of Lord of the Rings starred by the Muppets, where I can have the Muppets playing Lord of the Ring characters. I think that'd be a hilarious movie, and I would love for that to be something that can happen.
I see. So it's your self-interest first.
I think second. No, it's humanity's self-interest first.
What is humanity's self-interest in being able to create realistic videos of someone doing something?
Because I'm looking at I'm not looking at a frame by frame of what's going to happen over the next decade. I'm looking at the final product. You know,
you don't care about any unintended consequences.
Well, I mean, it's pretty intended. They're releasing the ability to do it on purpose. I'd say that's a pretty intended consequence.
Krusty, that's not what I asked. I asked, are you not worried about any unintended consequences that may arise that maybe you can't see right now, right? You'd be willing to admit you do not know the future, right?
Oh, absolutely, I don't. I will say this: I'm not the one rolling the dice. I'm not the one that's programming. I've chosen my side because I'm not going to be able to.
No, but you're having trouble defending. You're having trouble defending.
I don't think I am.
I think you are. You're avoiding answering my questions, and they're really straightforward questions. I'm just saying.
I'm giving you my answers. I'm sorry.
It's really. I mean, the viewers can make up their own mind if they're listening in, but I will tell you that I find that you've avoided many questions.
Well, because you're looking for a black and white answer in a world of gray. That's the problem.
No, you can have a complex answer, and I'm willing to listen. I'm just saying I'd like an answer that's more directive to what I was asking.
Well, I've given you the gray answer because I live in the gray. I am the ultimate gray. I mean, that's the best I can give you. I'm not trying to deceive you. That's just my actual answer.
Okay, so you're willing to admit that details don't matter to you if you live in the gray.
No, I'm saying that it's complex, and you have to take in both the good and the bad and make an evaluation based off of that.
And you're not willing to dive in deeper into the complexity.
Oh no, absolutely. 100% I'm willing to dive into complexity.
Okay, so why don't we do it?
Okay, I'm down.
Okay, so what is the benefit of having AI being able to create a video of someone doing something that they didn't do, right? Get back to that, because you didn't answer that question
Well,
yet.
I would say that the benefit there has to be a benefit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created the software to do it to begin with, right?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm sure, like, the benefit for them is money, right? Obviously, they're going to make money. So that's not what I'm asking. I know what the benefit is for the corporation. What is the you said that you're thinking or looking out for humanity's best self-interest, right? Or humanity's
okay.
interest.
Looking at it through humanity's self-interest, the benefit of being able to do that not from a corporation perspective, but from an individualistic perspective, is that everybody has that same power. It's equal among everyone. It's not given to the 1%. There's a level of equality.
What do you mean?
Because everyone can go online and type something in.
Not everyone. Not everyone can go online and type something in.
Well, the mass majority of people within leading countries can, but in modern day, but not everybody. You're right, but
well, that's also limited because for the capabilities that we're discussing, many of the times in order to do that online, you have to pay, right? Right, the basic version of ChatGPT would not be able to render images that are extremely advanced because they limit you to a certain system.
Now we're talking about equality versus equity, because there is a monetary value to be gained. So there is going to be a separation among AI skills based off of payment. That is definitely something.
That counters what you just argued, which is you just said, "Oh, this is available to mostly everyone," right? And so now you're saying, "Wait, well, now there's monetary value," which I get. Like, of course, you should pay to access the more advanced AI systems. Of course, I'm not against that, but I'm saying that limits the access, right, to others.
Well, it depends because, let's see here. Microsoft has said that their AI will always be free. They've went on record stating that there's never going to be a pay bracket. So maybe you have a lesser advanced system, but you still have the capability to whatever degree is currently available at the time. Right? I mean, let's be realistic. Think about this, Queso. 5 years from now.
But I can't find any source saying that they're going to make their AI free.
Oh, it is right now. It's called Copilot. It's called Copilot. If you are running Windows, you have it no matter what. You don't have to pay for it.
But I know but Copilot, I'm sure, is not as capable as the paid version of ChatGPT.
Exactly. I agreed with you on that. I said that it's not going to have the latest functions, but it does give a playing field. You can do a lot on there. Okay, like
I think we're deviating. I think, remember, because my original question was, what was the benefit? And so I still haven't heard an answer in that regard.
Well, I'm still going back to that it gives a level of equality to everybody. And I'm always in favor of that.
So creating a video of Will Smith eating
spaghetti
brings greater equality to all.
Yeah, because it's not Hello. Because it's not limited to people who are sitting in, factories. Like anyone can do that. Whenever, okay, you're right. Not anyone can do that. The majority of people in leading countries can do that, which means that the power of artistic control isn't based off of being a billionaire.
But it's not artistic control.
It can be. It can be viewed like that.
Well, I think anyone who views AI as artistic in any way does not know the definition of art, right?
I would say that AI is artistic because it's how you prompt it.
Exactly. Like there is
That
an
means it's systemic. That means there's a system, not an art.
well,
Not
no,
a,
because prompting
no,
can be an
there's
art form.
code.
No, because if you're arguing, prompting is just as much of an art form as poetry. You can't tell me it's not.
That's such a. I mean,
I would argue that it's not as artful, but I still think that there's an art to it because you have to prompt it. Like I know lots of people that can't get images that they want because they're not descriptive enough in
I think
prompting.
the word you're looking for is skill, not art. It is a skill to. There's
all art
skillful.
comes down
Excuse
to
me, wait.
skill.
There's a skillful prompt. That's not necessarily true.
Tell me a form of art that doesn't take skill. Right now. Exactly. All art is based off of skill.
Okay, Krusty. I never said that art takes no skill. I said that art doesn't require 100% skill, right?
I think I would argue that it does.
Okay, well then I mean that's a whole different argument. I mean, let's just stick with AI for now, and we can save that for later because I think kind of ridiculous.
Well, that doesn't mean that it is ridiculous because I'm telling you that it's still a form of art based off of my definition of what art is. So it becomes.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that your definition of art is probably very different than mine.
Okay, we can agree on that.
So here, I'll mend both of these worlds together, right? Well,
all right. I'm
going to ChatGPT, and I'll go. Does art require 100% skill?
Well, it doesn't require 100% skill.
It requires skill base. There's no such thing as being an artist without some sort of skill.
That's what you were just saying, Krusty. I asked you.
Yeah,
I said that we agreed that we both agree that skill based, right? You need a certain level of skill, but I was saying that you don't need 100% level of skill, right? And then you said, I think you should, or it does require that.
Well, art is based off of the eye of the beholder, right? So anything can be considered art, which means that by definition, so does image or video generation. That also counts as art.
Sure, maybe to you, but I think to
don't say. I mean, you can only speak for yourself.
I'm not speaking for others. I'm saying I'm sure for many other artists and musicians, and I'll talk to someone in person this week, and I'll ask them directly what they think. But I'm sure that they would be very cautious of AI, right? Because it does. And with the slope that we're on, the profit and the money is going to take over the artistic intent.
But can I ask something? Why would people be cautious of AI if they're certain that it's not art? Because I see a lot of people complaining that AI isn't art. It can't match up. But then simultaneously, they're also worried that AI is going to take over art.
Great question.
Oh, that's because, money makes the world go round, right? And so AI becomes the standard, then it's like when the internet came around, right? It was revolutionary, and now you find anyone having a website and whatnot. So I'm saying that if AI gets to the point where it becomes the norm, then it's so difficult to ignore that you, at some level, have to integrate it, right?
Like before all of these AI song generators were out, I was working on Fiverr making individualized songs for people for $100 a pop. I did that for 2 years and I made a living off of that. But whenever these AI generations came along, immediately I got no more payments as soon as that became available. Why? Because my form of art was no longer considered necessary. Because AI could do my form of art for free.
But you're still 100%. So in that moment, were you 100%? It's not still art, in my opinion.
It is. But if it wasn't, then I wouldn't have lost all my business.
In my opinion, art is not created.
There were at my peak, I was making $4,000 to $6,000 a month doing that.
Okay, let's not veer off topic. It's not. Were you 100% on Team AI in that moment when you lost that revenue?
Yes, because I see the writing on the wall for what it is.
And I don't find it, and you instead of, so you don't find that alarming that actual art would be replaced or at least taken over by AI.
Well, I would say actual art is not a proper term that I would be using. It is art. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be competing. You know, it is competing and it's winning.
No, that's not true. It can still be competing and not be art. I don't know why you think that it has to be just because it's competing in the space doesn't mean it's not art. You know.
But if it's making any ground in the competition, then there has to be some sort of underlying signal that it's somewhat art. I think it's definitely art. It's just
think it's
an amalgamation
artistic.
of other people's art, and
For sure.
people, and people don't like that the AI prompter is getting any credit or money for it, which I can understand. But I think as it gets more advanced, the prompting is going to get more detailed and specific, and at some point, it's going to be just like art, where what you see in your head is what you're going to be able to put into the AI image generation, and that's how all art exists as. You have an idea in your head, and maybe you have to draw it out. Maybe you have to use
No,
paintbrush.
but it's different. It's different. It's not just an idea in your head.
It's different. It's different right now.
It's,
But I think it's going to be less different as time goes on, and
it's not
it
just
gets
that.
more advanced.
But that's such a but the way that you're great, like I think your understanding of art is different or maybe even limited, because you say, okay, you have an idea in your mind and you create a product, right, and you have a byproduct, but the way that you phrase that took away all of the process that happens in the middle, right? The mistakes, the eureka moments, the different inspirations that happen,
But
right? So the
you'll
fact
have
that like
eureka moments. You'll have eureka moments when AI generating art. You'll have it generate like a mountainous landscape, and then you're going to wonder, well, what if there's a little more mountains on the right side of the canvas? You prompt it more detailed, and then you realize maybe the sun should be a little bit stronger or have like warmer color hues. You prompt it that way, and then eventually you're going to get exactly what's in your mind.
Okay, but that's just not. You can call that artistic. You can say it has artistic elements, but to say that, like, to categorize something that a toddler could input on prompts to generate a product, I understand, but I'm saying that the way that you're talking about it is devaluing the actual skill and hard work that it takes for people to devote their lives to craft.
No,
I'm not saying okay, it's going to be that is almost equal to what they went through. Does that make sense?
I still think the hand-done way is better, but I'm saying when we went to hand drawing with pencils to Photoshop, you could make similar arguments that it's being somewhat automated. When you're creating a plane, you're just using your mouse and dragging a rectangle, and you're not doing it by hand. That automated process is taking the art out of the image.
I mean, that's I would argue that's a more nuanced
No,
debate.
I think no, because it goes back even before that. I mean, every step of technology, everyone has said this is no longer valid until it becomes normalized, and then it is valid. And I think we're just at the point now where people are devaluing what AI can do. And yes, you're right. Like, an artistic thing is inspiration plus an idea, and then your skill set allows you to translate that into a way that you can share with others. But AI is allowing you to have the idea, and you can have the eureka moment, and then you don't need the skill set. AI can help you with that. But the skill set changes. No,
if you get rid of the skill set, then there's no, like you said, it requires a certain level of skill set. So now it's no longer art.
No, because the skill set changes. Instead of me needing to learn to play an instrument, if I'm good at prompting, I don't need to know how to play an instrument. I can tell it exactly what I want it to do, and so prompting itself is an art form.
No, it's not. No, it is not. It really isn't. It has artistic elements, and it is an art form in the scope of the AI field, but it is not an art form in the same as painting or
I would say it is
playing an instrument. Okay, well, I think that's a really asinine argument. That's I don't know how you could say that as an actual musician. Like I think it's a bit embarrassing to be honest.
It already exists now. If you're writing a song, you can just input MIDI keys into the arrangement, and you're not actually playing it with your fingers, but it's still music.
Yeah.
But that's not equivalent. That's not nearly equivalent because you still have to create the melody. You still have to create the.
But I think you're
Unless you're
overlooking
using
what
like
AI
loops or.
What AI image generation is going to look like in 5 or 10 years. It's going to be much more. You're going to have much more leeway in how you design the image. It's not just going to be typing.
I don't
word.
care. I don't care how advanced it gets. I mean, sure, if it's used as a editing software at the very end, right? That's different, right? Or if you use it as a companion to your literal hand, right? Like it helps you steady your hand while you're painting for some as a contraption that way, right? That's different. What I'm arguing is that no matter how advanced it gets, and I concede that AI is going to only get more advanced as it ages, right? It's still not going to be. I will never consider it art, right? It may be artistic. It may be able to replicate human art, but in my definition, art requires a human source, not prompting that can be inputted by an animal.
Prompting is a human source, though.
Yeah. I think your issue is
You
more.
know
the
what I mean. You know what I
mean.
Right
now.
Yeah, but prompting is still human source.
No, the precision is pretty. There are base models that have great precision, and that can be with the right setup can do a lot even now, and it's going to be able to do even more. Like I don't have a very basic understanding of AI. I've used image generation prompts and prompting before. I know about prompting. I realize that it is a skill that some people are better at than others. But again, it's not. To me, it's not an art form. It's not art. It's a skill set.
Okay, well, here's the thing, though. Art only needs to be considered art to one person for it to be art. If someone thinks something is artistic, then it is to them, and that makes it art, because that goes for everything, right?
Sure, but don't I just? But then we have to have a conversation about like, oh, so we're okay with human artists being shoved out and replaced by corporations shilling for like. Have you seen some of the AI art that's been in Target and how like the feet on the animals are messed up? And I realize that your argument is it's going to get better, and I understand that, and to a certain point it will get indistinguishable, which is to me alarming. But do you see what I'm saying?
Why is it alarming if hand-drawn art is superior?
Wait, I think you do want to reword that?
Why? What are you so alarmed about if human-drawn art is always going to be superior to AI art?
Well, I'm worried that it's, even though in my opinion it will always be superior, like Christy said, at the end of the day, art is art, to each their own, right? And so I worry that the standard is going to be taken over by corporate interests, as so many other things in this country have, right? And there's no, look, if you go back in history, artists have been threatened by governments and corporations in the past, right? This is not a new thing. So this is not just visual art. We're talking about musicians. We're talking about poets. We're talking about all different art forms. If corporate greed takes over, then I find that would be detrimental to humanity as a whole. Would you not? Like,
you know what? I made a video on this 2 years ago on my YouTube channel, where whenever AI first came out with their songwriting, and I
I'm sorry, but I asked a question. Wait, sorry, but Preston, can you answer my question first before going off on a tangent?
This is a part of the answer.
But can you? I didn't sign up for a lecture for the answer.
It's not a lecture. It's like 30 seconds long.
Okay, I'll time you.
Okay, so my answer. Tell me when you start the timer.
Sorry. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so 2 years ago, I made a YouTube on my channel saying music is dead. Before that point, and for about 6 to 9 months afterwards, I was making music on Fiverr, literally independent songs for people for their weddings, about them and their wives, or whatever was going on in their lives, right? And so I was doing what people are using AI music for now. I was making 4 to 6 grand a month, over $40,000 a year off of Fiverr doing this. Like that was a massive income for me, and I lost all of that
Time.
to AI.
30
And
seconds. 30 seconds.
okay,
And you just repeated what we had already heard too. We
well,
already heard.
what I was going to say is in another 10 seconds, if you'll allow me.
Just go.
Okay, 10 seconds. So what I was going to say is I have personally lost my income due to AI, and I'm still on Team AI. Because what is considered art by the masses is primarily what's important to the masses. Doesn't matter what I think; it matters what they are willing to pay for it.
Look, I understand that if you think that if the people like it, that must mean it's good. But I am aware that we live in an oligarchy, right? And so there is propaganda on our phones. There is advertisements on our phones that alter our actual brain chemistry, right? That many times we are not privy to because we are just doom scrolling our entire existence away.
Agreed.
So anyway,
Thanks.
I think Amanda Love on YouTube has a great comment. She said an artist can still create art without access to the internet.
Okay.
Right.
I think you can.
And I can. Human prompting is a skill. I would agree.
Yeah.
It's skill based.
But so art is also skill based.
Oh, I agree as well. Of course. But like Amanda
Then we
said,
agree.
like Amanda said, there are skillful artists out there who create. Well, I guess in some people's perspectives, not as great art, right? Even though they have the skill, but they lack the passion or the motive qualities necessary to evoke a reaction out of an audience, right?
Yeah. See, so what I've done is I evolved as an artist. I do live shows only because that's something AI can't do. AI can't go to a bar and interact with the audience and say, "Hey, what do you want to hear about? Hey, what's your name?" Yeah, and then like as of right now, AI.
Yes, actually, I can. I can.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're still willing to pay for human artists to do that. So I'm filling in where they're still willing to pay us.
I understand, but my argument, Krusty, is that in one day, AI will be cheaper and it'll be higher quality, more advanced AI that's cheaper that might replace you, right? And live performances, right? And should be alarming for the human populace, in my opinion.
Well, my ultimate thoughts are AI will eventually make me completely obsolete. Right now, I can still find niches that I can fall into and still make money, which I'm doing, and so are you. Eventually, we won't have those options anymore, and we'll have to figure something else out. Yeah, that's the inevitable future.
I disagree with that one, but two, I think why are you shooting yourself in the foot then?
Because what ultimately, I really need to put this down. I'm putting it in my pocket. I'm sorry.
Putting it in your pocket is not putting it down, by the way.
Well, it's out of my hands. If it's in my hands, I'm smoking.
But it's in your pocket, not far away. That could be right next to your hands.
But you're right. But my thoughts are what it's going to come down to as a society, we're going to go through an existential crisis where we're going to have to redefine what makes a meaningful life. Because right now, what I consider meaningful is playing music in public. But if I'm no longer capable of doing it because I can't compete, I'm just going to have to redefine what is meaningful for me. And so is the mass majority of the human population within the next 15 years. You know what I mean?
You are accelerating that of your own volition.
I would say I'm not accelerating it. I'm looking into the future and trying to make wise choices now to avoid roadblocks that are coming sooner than later.
Oh, and you're giving up your art.
No, I'm not. I told you
Or
I play live shows now. People
wait,
stop
why
playing.
did you start Casca? Why did you start shooting them?
The gang members.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
as you uh,
You go,
burn
bro.
them. Wow, you're
Cass is
gonna make
just
sure.
chilling
You
there.
think they're playing? You think they're playing dead?
Sometimes they
By the
are.
way, have you had time? You know what? We're going to save it for the next podcast. Make sure you take a few moments to look into the Willow before Jeff, in case so I know you might want to as well. We'll discuss that on the next podcast. I told Jeff, he said he wasn't familiar with it, so I told him to look into the Willow processor.
Yeah, let's
And
do it.
okay, and that's going to be a discussion point for one of the discussion points for the next
What? Wait,
podcast.
say it again. What is this?
Willow. It's the Willow CPU.
The new quantum chip being made by Google.
Yeah, that is. It's like the first quantum chip that's going to be available to the general public at a quote unquote reasonable price, whatever the fuck that means. You know what I mean? Who can
No, I
really
don't know what you
define that?
mean because you don't even know. You don't even know what you mean.
Well, what I mean is they say it's going to come to the general public at a reasonable price. I don't know what they define as reasonable. I can't put a number on what they say reasonable means.
To be fair, I
So,
think there's separation between computing, right, and AI. This is very interesting. I'm looking at their Google blog.
okay, but hold on. We're going to save
RAM
that conversation for next week.
Okay.
So
No, yeah,
that's going to be great for the podcast.
I don't know. I think we should pivot next. I think we should say that for in 2 episodes.
Okay.
The last episode we talked, or 2 or 3, because last episode we talked about AI. This episode we talked about AI. I think we need to mix it up for next.
Right. Okay. You know what? That's fair. Next episode we won't talk about tech. I don't want to. But I'm just naturally a tech head, so I just look into
No, it's
that.
okay. I get it. I understand that. But let's write it down so that we don't forget. Bring it up.
Okay. So 2 weeks from the last show, we'll talk about it. So that way we can have next week will be have no tech. Actually, would you be okay if we brought in some like new stuff that was tech related, like the whole Tesla truck and Trump thing, or do you not want to talk about that either?
I think we can approach that when we know more. I think right now it's too early.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. If more information comes out between now and then we'll figure it out. But if not, we'll wait.
If you ever see a breaking news story, Krusty or Jeff, like during the episode that is like provides new information from a credible source, feel free to share.
Okay.
But I worry because people's as the general public has become dumber, people's ability to do their own research, go down their own rabbit hole.
You know what really scares me? Have you guys visited the r/teachers Reddit page?
Oh, I do all the time.
Oh, what do you see, Casket? Let's get you in on the combo.
I see a lot of horror stories about some of these fucking children in the 8th grade who can't fucking read.
Yeah. It's on the r/teachers Reddit page. It is full of nothing but horror stories. There's absolutely very rarely do you see good stories sprinkled in. And even if you go instead of looking by most popular, if you look by most recent, there's very rarely good ones sprinkled in at that point too. And what scares me is students are graduating high school without the ability to read or comprehend even basic literal storylines. Like they couldn't tell you who a main character is in a story. They can't even read. They can't read at all, and they can't do basic mathematics. The average high schooler.
Yeah, but Krusty, you voted for the guy who speaks on an 8th grade level.
You know what? He does use less synonyms when speaking. I'm not going to say he doesn't. He was talking to the general public. He already said that he enjoys dumb people. Did he not? That was a quote from Trump, right?
The direct quote was I love the highly uneducated. I love the yeah.
So he was directing his speeching pattern specifically to advertise towards that population.
No, that's not. I think you're jumping to a conclusion there.
Well, I mean, it can be argued that that's the case since that's the populace that voted him in, right? I mean,
You could argue that, but you'd have to have evidence that he. You usually have to show evidence that he is intentionally dumbing down his vocabulary in order to appeal to the.
well, I can show you if you watch videos where he's at dinners where with his investors who are investing, where it's like $10,000 a plate plus, his language changes completely versus his public. Yeah, if you go watch his, seriously, go watch his investments where he's having dinners where it's $10,000 a plate to eat a meal with him versus speaking with the general public. It's two different languages that he uses.
No, it's not two different languages that he's using. He's his the way that obviously he's going to speak differently at a rally than at a private dinner with donors, right? That's. I'm not saying that he doesn't. He always speaks the same, but I'm saying that his vocabulary, he's not using, adjudicated or advanced words in when he's talking to donors, and then talk and then dumbing it down, right?
I think he is. I think that's absolutely what he's doing.
Yep, and you think that, but you have no evidence. You have no.
Well, I literally just told you.
Using those words.
Yeah, I literally just gave you an example of whenever he's in private. The way
why should he not be using those words?
Because if you're speaking to the entire country, you want to speak in simplistic language that everybody can understand.
Yeah, because it makes you seem more humanistic. It gives.
Why don't you guys go back to past presidential speeches in the 1800s, and try saying that again?
Well, because
go back to Abraham Lincoln's speeches and see how many simplistic words he uses.
Yeah, but the language was completely different over 100 years ago.
I know there was more. There was more. I agree. I agree that the general public has gone dumber.
I agree. It has gotten dumber, and you know what? And there's factual data. The graduating classes now are equivalent to that of 1970s, and like literally in IQ, like it has got drops. It's gone down. It's the
dropped very recently, yeah. After COVID, it did, yeah.
Yeah, and it's continuing to drop. And you know what's incredibly frightening? Brown University is working on a study now, and you can Google it. Go ahead. I know you're going to, Queso, because if you can find a way to argue against it, you will, and I appreciate that.
It's not about arguments. It's about fact checking. It's about making sure that we hold account to account.
Hold on. Well, Brown University is looking at children who were born after COVID have a significantly lower IQ than those who were born beforehand. And they're trying to figure out why that is. And they're collecting more data now. The research study hasn't been released yet, but the preliminaries have been. And so basically they've released an about section of the study that they're going to release. And it's frightening. The average IQ based off of their data collection is going to continue to go down. So, like Trump right now is considered using simplistic language. In 20 years, people may look at Trump and say that he is speaking as a genius level because the average IQ is still going down.
Oh God, I need a shot. I need a drink.
Did you look it up from Brown University?
No, just by hearing you say that, it's like just potentially having that being potentially true is just so alarming.
And it is just depressing. It's depressing. I agree. I can agree with you that I wish it wasn't the case. I want the next generation to be smarter than we are. I want the next generation to make us.
That's what you say, but your actions go against your own word.
But hearing the president talk isn't going to move the needle. It's educational institutions that will make the biggest difference.
Well, Trump gave.
Not if they're not funded.
Well, Trump says he's putting it back to the states. I mean, he says that the states can't do any worse than the federal government has. And realistically, I can't argue with him because the IQ it's equivalent to the 1970s.
That was
from the okay, because it's 2025 and children are graduating with IQs equivalent from the 1970s on average, which means they have failed.
Yes,
So
but you're not. You're
concept, yeah.
attributing that to the federal government being the problem, and not the fact that that the what people vote in is more military spending, right? And for money to go to the wrong
Yeah.
places, and
Well,
for the rich to
how
not
is
be
military?
taxed, right?
What does that matter
For
about
corporations.
education, military spending?
Well,
What changes
there's
need to be
military.
made at a micro
Here,
level?
let me put it this way: when money goes to military spending, it goes away from something else, right? That it could have been used for,
Yeah, but okay,
right?
but if you have money and you're not
When rich
spending it in the
people,
proper way, then what does it matter? Because obviously the way they're spending money now isn't working. Like there needs to be a new idea, a new thing. Because 20 years ago, education worked because we didn't have the internet as relevant as we do now. The education needs to evolve to account for the fact that children have lower attention spans. In my opinion, right? Like education needs to evolve in order to maximize success
We
for the
need to
students
make a
based on
school
that, in my
TikTok.
opinion. No, school should not be TikTok. Don't say that, Alice. But like short content, 15-30 second videos has a direct impact on attention span. Children have a massive less attention span today than they did 20 years ago because of the fact that they're constantly bombarded with content of specifically short-term content has made their attention spans
and
smaller.
who's behind that, and who's behind that? Who's behind that?
The people who created the programs, the apps, the whatever.
Yeah, and who created the apps, and who created the phones, and who created the internet? Who monetized all of this over time
Now,
in
I
the
will
21st
say,
century? Wait, answer my question.
Al Gore.
No, not.
I don't know who created it.
You don't know who? Wait, so you don't know who created the iPhone?
No, I do. It's Steve Jobs.
Okay, but who? Like, you're avoiding. You're very good at avoiding answering questions, Krusty. I'm saying my point is that these corporations are behind the fact that we have shorter attention spans, and the fact that we are bombarded with bullshit every day, and the reason why is because corporations haven't been held into account, right? Because the Supreme Court ruled that, oh yeah, corporations and big money can vote. Their money counts as a vote, right? Citizens United and whatnot. So my point is bigger, right? And you were conveniently avoiding answering my question again, Steve.
Okay, here's the thing. Regardless to whether or not, yes, organizations created these things, but they wouldn't have been successful if the public didn't want them, right? The public is what made them successful. That's where they got the money, is from the general public.
Okay, so if someone does a MLM, multi-level marketing pyramid scheme, it's successful. Oh, but they deserved it because the public wanted it, right?
That's disingenuous because a scam versus buying a product is not equivalent.
No, it really is equivalent. Do you know how many lawsuits there are against corporations right now in this present moment? Are you serious right now, Krusty?
It's not equivalent because buying a product, because a pyramid scheme means there's always going to be losers. Buying a product means that you are literally benefiting from it. Like if a parent buys, well, it is because you're getting
jumping
dopamine.
To conclusion.
No, you're getting dopamine. That's where the problem comes from. Okay.
So your definition of benefiting is different than mine. You think, oh, if you get a dopamine rush from this crack cocaine, you must be benefiting from it. I would argue, no, actually, you are hurting yourself because my definition of benefiting is more long-term than a simple rush of dopamine. Right?
If there wasn't a bio benefit, it wouldn't have an effect. But there is a bio benefit. There's a biological benefit because they're receiving a dopamine, which means that there is reason to continue the process. It's a biological byproduct of the using the
Okay. Sure, there's biological benefit, but that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say biological benefit. I said benefit.
But I was defining because you didn't understand what I meant.
Well, can we change? We shouldn't be defining it by biological benefit because then addicts would be the gold standard, right? So let's not define it by biological benefit.
What I mean, over 50, like around 50% of homeless people are substance users for a reason. It's because they choose that over having a home. To them, it's more important.
But you're Krusty. I'm saying let's go back to what we were talking about, but change the definition from biological benefit to other benefit. I don't want to talk about homeless
Well,
people and substance abuse
when you
problems.
say other benefit, I need a better definition because other could mean a thousand things.
Well, I mean, I'm leaving it up to you. I'm just saying that I didn't approve of you just
Well,
using biological benefit
you didn't
because
like
it's
my
just
version of
such a
benefit. You didn't like
because
my version of benefit.
it's not a good version because it's anything you could there's eating McDonald's fries gets you a dopamine rush. That doesn't mean that it's fit in most people's terms or view of that word that would not be beneficial to you in your existence, right? Maybe in the moment, maybe for that rush, I would agree.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh,
Is
so why?
because
But I'm saying let's move. Let's not use that definition because it's so limited in scale.
okay, well then give me the definition you want, and we can work within those parameters.
Sure, something that would benefit a person's mental and physical well-being for the medium to long term.
Okay, so no short-term gratification.
No short-term gratification. No.
Okay, now we have a working definition that I can agree to. We will work under those parameters.
Let's
Is that
work
good
on
with you,
it.
Jeff?
That's good.
Are you with us, Jeff? I don't know where Jeff
Parameters
is.
they're using?
Okay, go ahead and repeat that.
You just said it. I didn't say
Okay,
it.
it's medium to long-term gratification and success is the definition that we're using. No short-term gratification.
Casket's so strange.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you play Cyberpunk for that long of a time.
Oh, Casket loves Cyberpunk.
Yeah. I mean, it must be amazing.
Damn it, you're right, Queso. I pulled my THC vape out of my pocket and I'm hitting it again.
See, I'm telling you. Because I've done the same thing too, Krusty, where I'm like, I'm just going to put this away, and then I put it in my pocket. I'm like, wait a second. That's not really away, is it?
No, I don't even remember pulling it out of my pocket. I just realized I've hit it like 3 or 4 more times.
Oh, a new comment from Masochism World saying, "What's up, King? Casket, what do you say to Masochism World?"
Yeah. What up?
To our 5 viewers, feel free to leave a comment. Let us know if you are a fan of Casket and what he is currently playing. Although I don't think Casket would be a good swimmer.
Yeah, or if you want to leave a comment about what we're talking about, we will also read that. Whatever you want.
We've been breaking a lot of definitions. Although I forgot what we were talking about benefit-wise.
Medium to long-term something. Fuck, I can't remember either.
Is this about social media?
Okay, no, medium to long-term something. What was it? Medium to long-term something?
You were saying like, they get a dopamine rush from.
Okay, yeah, no. Okay, you're right. But the problem though comes from short-term dopamine hits. That's why all these products.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what
you think people benefit long-term from short-term dopamine hits?
I'm saying that people realistically don't think about long-term when it comes to receiving dopamine hits. Okay, the human genetic system is based off of achieving a goal and receiving dopamine, achieving another goal, receiving dopamine. So if they can do
I disagree. I would not agree with that definition at all.
Well, I'm saying genetically speaking, that's what's been the driving force behind human success up to this point.
No, it's not. The driving force behind human success has been our will for survival. What are you talking about? It's not for the urge for dopamine. We're trying to survive out in terrible conditions.
What promotes that? You know, Darwin's law. Those who have dopamine. Those who have dopamine.
I think
you're wrong. You're wrong because those who have dopamine receptors that release dopamine whenever we do things that positively impact our survival are the ones who are more likely to breathe forward before industrialism. You know, because we need more crops in order to feed through the winter. Now I feel good about this. I've received a dopamine hit. And so they live longer to breed more. Like that's literally a part of Darwin's law. You know, and it may be before the industrial.
Your understanding of it is wrong, in my opinion. I think.
I don't think it is.
If you think that the driving force, you're arguing that for that farmer getting ready to store his crop for the winter, you're arguing that driving force was for him to get that dopamine rush, and that's why I did it, instead of, oh, I have to survive for the winter because if I don't do this now, I'm not going to have enough food to live.
Yeah,
Right?
and,
That would be Krusty, the driving force behind that action. Sure, the dopamine rush at this, being proud at
does
doing
come.
it is great. That's a
Yes.
great side benefit, but that is not the driving force, behind the action.
I would say that would be a reason to repeat the action. Otherwise, we wouldn't have addictions today. Because even now, the reason why people repeat actions that increase dopamine is because they want more. So it's your
No,
body's natural reward system. That's what that is. To say you did good.
It's bad.
It's not bad. It's your dude. It's not bad. It's your body's way of saying
I'm not
you did
saying
good.
that dopamine is bad. I'm saying that your argument is bad because
No,
you just
my
went
argument
to
is not bad.
addiction. It is bad because here, let me show you how it's bad. You were just talking about farmers farming, right, and getting crops, which is food, which is necessary, and then you tried to connect that to addiction, addicts. Where to use? Excuse me.
No,
Please let me finish.
no. Because you're exactly.
You're not letting me
You
finish my
said.
point.
Hold
You're
on.
not letting me finish my point.
You literally said that dopamine is a byproduct, and maybe yes, it's beneficial. But I'm saying that it's more than just a byproduct. That it's a primary function for human drive.
I didn't say that it's a byproduct. I said that in that context of the situation that we were talking about with the farmer, it is not the primary driving force for his action, and that dopamine rush is a good side effect, or in that context in the moment. Of course, dopamine is important in terms of how we function.
I'm arguing that it's not a side effect; that it's a driving force.
I think that's just such a dumb argument, man. Like, if you think a farmer, that is a dumb argument, man. If you think that the driving force between the farmer storing up food for the winter is to get the dopamine rush and not to survive, are you serious? Why are you arguing for the sake of arguing?
I'm saying that the farmer, we're going to use the farmer as the same argument point, right? The farmer is driven to achieve that goal, and whenever he does, he feels fantastic because his body releases dopamine and says, "You did good," and that encourages him to continue doing it.
Let me ask the viewers. We have 7 viewers watching Casket play Cyberpunk. We have J Dog, who says, "Hey, Casket crew." We have Amanda Love. We have Masochism World. What do you guys say? Do you say that the primary driving force for a farmer?
No. You argue your side, and I'll define mine. You don't speak for me.
No, they have listened. They've listened to you speak.
I know, but I'm not going to let you do a double-loaded question.
I'm not doing a double-loaded question. You didn't even hear my question, bro. It's embarrassing. Jesus Christ. Here's how it is embarrassing because you didn't even let me finish before interjecting. I was just gonna say, if you in the situation that we were talking about, you're a farmer, right? You are you're getting your crops ready to store for the winter, for the upcoming winter season, right? Because crops don't grow in the winter, right?
Right.
As well. And so, what is your primary reason? What is your primary biological drive for doing that? Is it A, your will for survival, right? To survive as an organism, knowing that in the future, oh, if I don't do this, I will starve. Or B, is it knowing that, okay, once I do this, it will give me a rush of dopamine, which will want me to make me do it again.
Yes, and by that is your reward system. Okay, back before humans evolved to that point, there was multiple reward systems blaring off for different things. But those who had dopamine release towards survival mechanisms are the ones that survive to reproduce. So that means, genetically speaking, we have precursors in our DNA that release dopamine whenever we do things that are positive towards reproduction and life survival. Right? You can't argue that, right?
No, I agree.
Like, whenever we have sex, we have dopamine release. Whenever we eat food, we have dopamine release. This is why we have people who have binge eating disorder in order to have more dopamine release. This is why we have people who are addicted, who literally are sex addicts, because they're chasing that dopamine release. And although that's usually coincided along with binge eating with other mental disorders, but it all goes back to triggering that dopamine release.
Okay, so Krusty, can I say that all the examples that you just used I would agree with, but I think they don't apply to the given story because the story is
I
not,
think it does.
no, it doesn't, and let me tell you why.
Well, no,
Eating,
you could say
for
why,
example,
but then I get to argue against it.
are you gonna listen? Are you gonna have an open mind, Krusty, or am I wasting my time?
I'm gonna have an open mind, but I'm gonna tell you if I disagree.
That's fine, but as long as you're willing to listen and be open to changing your own view, then I'm willing
All
to have
right,
a
but
conversation.
if I think you're wrong, I'm gonna say so. That's just
For
the way
sure,
it is.
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying I don't want to talk to you if you're gonna, just have a closed mind, not be listening or willing to
Well,
change
just
your
because I
position.
disagree doesn't mean that I have an opposed mind.
Look,
That
I've
is,
disagreed with people, and I've changed my mind after having a conversation with them. So that's what I'm saying.
I have changed my mind. I didn't believe this until I got to where I am because I learned how the brain works.
Okay.
I
Anyway,
learned.
back to where we were talking about. I was saying the examples that you eating, drinking, right, engaging in social interactions. These things, all those examples, were in the moment. You have the reward happening very quickly soon after, right? What the example that we were talking about is actually more medium term to long term, right?
Right.
Saving up for the winter. That is the opposite of binging a Netflix series or binging some McDonald's, where the dopamine rush is very immediate. So that's why I'm saying it's not very congruent to that example, because the farmer is actually thinking more ahead
Long
than
term.
someone in these past examples. Do you understand? Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah. You're talking about medium to long term survival versus immediate, like recreational, right? That's. But I'm saying that the human
Some
mind up to
THC
this
and
point.
dopamine release. That's
No, yeah, I'm saying that the human mind has evolved to the point where dopamine release is still a primary driving function, even in medium to long term, when it comes to human survival. And I was just giving examples to show how evolutionary it has evolved to dictate that.
I agree with you, but I only agree to a certain extent. I wouldn't like. I think the main disagreement we had was in our definition of with that farmer. I don't think he'd be really getting a big equivalent of a dopamine rush as an addict, right? Because even though he would get maybe a dopamine rush from knowing that he's secure for the future, it's not the same as getting a chemical rush to the brain from substances, right? It's just different.
Yeah, but we're talking about a food. The two examples I gave primarily were people who are binge eating and people who are having sex. Sex is a
And chemicals
biological function.
chemicals are both required. Sorry.
Sex is a biological function in order to produce, in order to prolong life for the next generation. That is a function in order to maintain growth. And so I would literally argue that it's the same thing when it comes to maintaining your own survival based off of medium to long term, and you still get a dopamine release off of that.
All right. I think we've stayed on this topic for too long.
Okay, we can change topics.
Oh, I wanted to ask Rusty, which one is the chemical that I don't make correctly in my brain for having ADHD?
Well, ADHD is well, I'm not licensed to really talk as
I'll
much
be
about
right
that. I'm
back,
not as
everybody.
knowledgeable about that. Okay,
No,
Um,
Casket.
where are you going, Casket? We're losing the king. I guess he's going to the restroom or getting something to drink. Do we still have Jeff with us, or did Jeff leave? It's been a while since
Yeah,
I've
I'm
heard his
still here.
voice. Okay, so what is your thoughts about everything that Queso and I have said?
To be honest, I don't really know what you were arguing about.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Queso, can we agree to take it back to in modern times? Where this originated from is I said that the reason why these companies have been so successful is due to making products that the masses find enjoyable due to, chemical manipulation through simulated dopamine releases based off of simulated, like successes, right? I mean, would you agree with that? I would say dopamine and oxytocin. Like, for example, you receive a level in a video game, they make it all flashy, they give you all these sound effects in order to give you a dopamine release, right? Like all of these pay to play games and all that stupid shit that shouldn't exist.
That's certainly one way of phrasing it. I think most people don't go around categorizing things based on the level of dopamine being released based on the activity.
Well, I look at that because that's how they keep long-term players. If they make it flashy and stuff with awards, it makes you feel better about achievements.
How are you measuring? How are you measuring this dopamine release?
Oh, you know what's a great example? And I know that the Canadian will be able to. He can send you the link. Okay, there is a video that was released in the 2010s of the company that started creating pay to win games, and they talked about tactics to implement in order to maintain longer playership in order to maximize profit growth, which I think is scummy as shit, and how to maximize, like the money you get from them. And they were talking about dopamine release. I think it was what's the company? Damn it, Casket, come back here. I know for me, Casket's talked about this. He would immediately show you the video where like companies are purposefully manufacturing video games in order to maximize player feel good chemical releases in order to get you hooked to their games. And so they're already using these psychological tricks. They've been using it for like over a decade.
I mean, but like that's not true with all video games. Maybe with some, but like some, it's just like it's a great story, great characters.
Okay, it's great. I'm talking about for mobile. I'm not talking about all video games. PC, blah blah blah, console different. But I'm talking about like mobile games. We're talking about like because I originally said iPads and stuff, which is, I mean, like iPhones is the primary phone. I mean, it's the most popular phone in America. Look it up. Yes, it is. Look it up. iPhones is the #1 most sold phone in America. Look it up right now. Take a second and Google.
Yeah, but you changed what you were saying.
I also looked it up, and it is dopamine, the thing that I don't make correctly in my brain.
What?
Hold on. Can you speak up, Alice? I couldn't hear you either.
Dopamine is.
I looked it up, and dopamine is the thing that you don't make correctly in your brain when you have ADHD.
Okay, but but I don't want to speak about ADHD because I am not like trained into that specifically, so I don't want to talk about that because I don't know it, and I'm willing to say I don't know. I mean, I could do research if you want, but I don't know, Alice, and I'm willing to say I don't know because I don't.
Like, that is something very funny because like I have gone to like medical professionals my whole life. Anytime they felt like it, they would put me like a new doctor. So I know a lot about my ADHD. Like, essentially, the way I understand it is that my brain doesn't give me dopamine most of the time for most things. So when any moment I get like I actually like it actually works and it actually happens, that causes me to obsess over that until the dopamine stops coming out.
Welcome back, Casket. Remember in the 2010s, whenever that one video game company that was releasing mobile games had their investor call leaked, where they were talking about how to maximize getting money from the players.
Yeah, I remember something like that.
Do you? Okay, hold on. Let me give you some more details. If you can link the video, that'd be great. It was the one in which they were talking about how to maximize money and profit based off of manipulating dopamine release from the 2010s. Like this is, I think it was like Tencent or a company like that. It was either Tencent or one of their competitors that got caught in their private investor meeting because someone recorded them. And literally the entire investor meeting was how they're going to manipulate dopamine release in their video game in order to maximize products or, like cash flow. Because we talked about this like a few times in like 2016 to 2020 range. Do you remember that, Casket?
I do.
Yeah, I know Drama Alert covered it, and it was like whenever it first came out, it blew up all over on the internet for like a month, and then internet forgot about it. But I was just using that as an example as to how the corporations are utilizing our natural genetic predisposition in order to maximize profit growth, which I think is wrong. I think that's why we have a declining IQ. I mean, I agree with you that the corporations is a part of the problem, Queso. And because I think that's what your ultimate goal was to get to, was that the problem is with greed over human natural function, right? Or something along that lines.
Well, yeah, I would say that many of our issues that we currently face are exacerbated or caused by human greed on different scales.
And I agree. I agree. I agree that that is the problem. We can
But
agree.
you voted for a billionaire. So see, I'm saying that your actions are, different than your words.
Well, it also depends on what
I think there's some. To be honest, I think there's some cognitive dissonance going on, but I know it's difficult.
Maybe there is.
So I understand.
Maybe there is some cognitive dissonance going on. I'm
I
willing
always
to
hear that because of dopamine is that I should never take like any form of drugs. Like as a person with ADHD, I am more likely to become a drug addict.
Yes, I can tell you that much. I know for a fact about ADHD. You're significantly more likely to be prone to substance use, which means you should probably stay away from that like the plague for as much as you possibly can. I know that for sure. I learned that in my substance abuse class. ADHD is a precursor for, like, it. For example, 30% of those who are homeless with substance use disorder have ADHD. That's not a random statistic. That is, that is a massive percentage of those who are. And if you're going to look it up, can I ask you to look on Google Scholar, or at least no. You need to look on Google Scholar, or you need to look on a database.
Look, I'm not going to dive into I'm not going to spend 30 minutes diving into Google Scholar. Okay.
Well, I'm saying
the exact citation.
No. Because I'm saying you need to look at scientific articles if you're going to argue with it. Because I've actually written a paper. You know what? Hold on. Let me pull up my iPad. I can share with you a paper I wrote on that.
Oh Lord.
No,
Please do actually. Please do.
Okay. Let me grab my iPad. Let me grab it. Because I took over the summer. I
agree with you. Look, I agree with you. I think you think I disagree with you, but I agree with you. Like, I know that having ADHD is a precursor is like increases the risks of substance abuse disorder, right? But I was just going to say to Alice that, to be fair, there are a lot of other things that also increase your risk for substance abuse disorder. It's not just ADHD, right? If you've faced childhood trauma in any way, shape, or form, then you are much more likely to, have substance abuse disorder in the future, and other chronic issues like cancer, and right. And so then
there is multiple factors, but if you have ADHD, that is a primary factor to say you should probably never use substances, because you will be more prone to the dopamine release than the general public, because you are lacking it. And so when you can find something that'll give you more, you are more likely to continue using it because you're not getting it on average compared to the general population. That's what I was saying.
I see.
Like, people who have ADHD are more prone to becoming victims. Like, these are people who are victims to substance use.
For sure. I'm not denying that. I agree.
Yeah. Okay, so we can agree on that. Good.
Oh, Fart Face Trucker asks, what's Casket munching on?
Your microphone broke up there, Queso. Can you repeat that?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Go for it. You got the mic.
See, it says Fart Face Trucker in the YouTube comments asks, What's Casket munching on?
Oh, when I got up, I grabbed a cup of the cookies while I was up.
Nice. Hey, also,
I'm confused. This you guys when I joined said that this was a podcast episode, but it's not.
It's not.
Categorized.
It's not a podcast.
You were just joking.
Yeah.
We are live.
Now, for the people who are watching, let me give you a call to action really quickly. If you enjoy the conversation, if you love Casket King, if you love anything about the Mr. King himself, the Mr. Casket Breaded Man, the Mr. Rub the Pumpkin guy, the Mr. Thumbs Up meme from the 20 teens, then feel free to share this stream out with anyone that you like. Do it now. Share this stream. I'm calling on you now to share the stream and get it out to those that you think would be also like-minded people. That's your call to action tonight, people. We love you. Casket loves you. Don't you, Casket?
Oh, we all love you.
And we're happy to have you here, right?
Of course, I'm always happy to have company.
All right, let's take a moment from our conversation and let's let Casket have the floor for a minute. So, Casket, so why do you choose this game? Like, what is it about this game that you love so much?
I don't know. I just love the world. I love the characters. You know, I've thought about getting into the tabletop game.
Yeah.
Because that's where it comes from originally. It's a tabletop game, just like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Awesome. See, I didn't know that information. That's cool to know. I didn't know it came from a tabletop.
Oh yeah, it came around the same time too.
Really? Wow.
I don't know. Let me look it up.
You can still buy the minis.
Oh yeah, you still can buy the minis.
Have you thought about buying any of the minis?
Not really. I'm not a big miniature person unless I really find one I like, which I haven't found yet.
That's fair.
They
That is
have
absolutely fair.
They have a whole set of insane of like clowns.
Wait, you, Alice, you have clown minis?
Oh, I just in the website that I like to look at that sells like toys. They had like cyberpunk like clown minis, and I was like, I showed it to Casca.
Alice, Jeff, do you have anything you want to ask the king? Alice, Jeff, or Queso? Sorry.
I'm a little confused by Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay.
Nothing to ask the queen. I was still stuck on the iPhone versus Android.
Yeah. I was just talking, giving Casket a segment to do his thing.
Well,
yes. Actually, I had
throw
an
my
idea.
stick out here.
Yes.
I got an upcoming review, but Casket needs a little financial help for that review. So if you'd like to donate, that would be awesome. If you don't donate,
tell us about your review.
Awesome. You just got breaded. Exactly.
Who did that? That was a great timing. So, Casket, tell us about your review you want to do, man.
I want to review a sex doll for YouTube.
Can I ask a favor of you?
Go right ahead.
For the YouTube algorithm, can you refer to it as a companion doll?
I guess.
Because if you say sex doll, the algorithm doesn't like it. If you say
you just said it.
Doll,
you just said it yourself.
You're right. But companion doll going forward in future videos, using the word companion doll actually gets you in the algorithm. And I know that because there's a guy I want to have on the podcast, which I think would be great for you to talk with, Casket King. His name.
Hey, sorry to interject, but Fartface Trucker made a good point that the historian has alluded to many times in our past discussions, where he says, Casket, that money needs to go to seeing Alice. That's the only thing I donate to. I think that is a good, fair point.
That is a fair point.
That is a fair point. I will admit that.
Yes, or Alice
at the very least,
vice versa.
I remember we talked about debt right in the past, and I won't say it because we're live, but at least I know that could help in that department as well, at the very least.
Oh please, I'm not worried about that.
The only reason you're not worried about it is because you think it's going to drop off to 7 years, which it will. But any income you have outside of your disability, they can garnish.
I don't have any income outside my disability.
That you're, you mean that you're putting on your taxes?
Dude, I
You
make
just better.
$100 a year off YouTube. Are they gonna take that?
I'll
Dude,
take that.
You underestimate how petty they are.
Actually, they would take that $100, by the way. Just saying.
They would. They're
No,
pretty
they
petty.
can blow me.
They're petty as fuck. They are very petty. If they could find a
Wait.
way to. Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead.
Sorry, Chris. I feel like we are both so excited because I just saw a casket take a hit, which makes me want to grab my.
Oh, let me grab. All right, I've got watermelon.
While you guys are taking hits, I will also say that my Gudra plush came in today from the Pokemon Company. So
Oh yeah,
it wasn't a scam.
Can we see it?
Oh.
Yeah, sure, it's right here.
How big is
Wait,
it?
so they paid for shipping too?
Yeah, they pay for the shipping. I don't know. I'd say it's about somewhere 6.5 to 8 inches tall.
Ow.
Right.
And it's made to perfectly sit, so it can sit on your desk.
Nice. Or I could sit on something else, right? Hey, just brainstorming over here, you know?
Yeah, just brainstorming.
I'm asking for a friend.
Asking in this podcast, we're asking the real question.
Yeah,
Okay, I have a
fuck a
question.
dragon. That's my answer. There you go.
I have a question for you guys about. I didn't know, like, yesterday you guys had a stream, right? Hello?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we had the
You had
podcast with Casket.
You had a
Yeah, yeah.
podcast episode, right? And so I joined to listen on my phone for 5 minutes when I had a free chance, and I sent a couple of messages in the YouTube channel. I don't know if you guys saw it.
I'm pretty sure I
didn't.
saw them.
The Casket would be the only one who saw them afterwards.
Yeah, only I can see the chat.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if my VPN might have been getting in the way.
Casket, you need to check on that because I'm curious about VPN interruption.
I have no idea.
We need an
I
open
miss-
debate in the Casket crew community as to what Casket fundraises for, because he wants
Me
to do the
too.
sex doll, but it seems like a
We
lot
should-
of people disagree with that.
We should vote. We should at least, yeah. I think everyone in the Casket crew verse disagrees except for Casket, right?
I think at most he needs a blow up doll because
I've looked at all the blow up dolls and they all look like fucking old ladies.
But you said your primary goal is to have something to cuddle with.
Yeah, but I don't want to cuddle an old lady.
Bro, in the dark everything looks the same. Okay, like
that's easy.
It's not
for
dark
you to
in his room.
say.
Oh god, that's terrible. Evil laugh ensues.
But I've looked at all these like anime blow up dolls, and they're all fucking weird shaped.
Can I tell you guys what I proposed?
Okay.
I'm gonna put it in the hangout room.
Is it the dog?
It is the dog.
It is
It's
the
not
dog.
any dog. It's a robot dog.
It's a robot dog.
Robot dog.
It's called the Unitree Go 2.
If you buy it, you have to make sure that your dog fuck it.
No, do not buy that.
This is what people want me to buy is this robot dog.
Do not buy
listen,
that. Please do not buy that casket.
He operates it with a controller, right? And then he attaches a GoPro to the dog, and he live streams it on YouTube, and it's just the dog going around Tampa.
And then
Wouldn't
the
that
dog
be
gets
good
stolen.
content?
Then the dog gets stolen. You never see it again. The end.
That's true. I didn't think about that. Good point.
The dog gets stolen by a fucking crackhead.
Yeah, because Casket's not
Amanda
going to be
Love
out
says
there.
I should get a big stuffed animal.
Get a big Kirby.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Get the freaking.
I already have
like
this stupid fucking giant pillow. I'm fucking sick of that shit.
Look, Krusty, you'll like me right now. I'm going on ChatGPT. Krusty's still here? What happened to Krusty?
Krusty, are you here?
He left.
I must have
Oh yeah, he
crashed
is
or
gone.
something.
Oh yeah. Um.
Like I'm just I'm lonely. Okay, I want something to cuddle.
What about Martha?
Well, hopefully in this year, in less than 2 months, I will be there.
Yes, and I'm going to cuddle the shit out of you. I hope you're
So wait,
prepared for that. Hmm?
you can't wait 2 months?
Yeah, but after she leaves, I'm gonna feel extra lonely because now I'm gonna know what it's like to actually cuddle.
Oh, you need therapy, man. Then.
Well, yeah, I need therapy, of course.
Okay, so let's pivot that money that used to a robotic dog that would get stolen or to a sex doll that would make you even more depressed. Or sorry, female companion that would make you more depressed, and then let's pivot it to therapy that might improve your mindset long term. Although there's a lot of bad therapists, so
I mean, I'm already in
depends.
therapy.
I know, but we talked about how there hasn't been progress for
I've
7 years. Remember?
I've been in therapy for like 8 years.
I know. So, but if there's no progress, you need to find a new therapist.
I don't know. I think I'm doing a lot better. I used to be a rocking, sobbing mess, and now I only cry sometimes.
But now you can barely breathe.
Yeah, but that has nothing
Yeah,
to
but
do
the
with my
therapist is not going to do
therapist.
anything about that.
No, it will help that because you can't say no to your mom when she offers you sodas or the
I
food.
haven't had soda in 24 hours.
That's not something to be like. I know, but that's not
It
gonna
is something to be
last.
proud of when you got a fucking addiction.
I know, but I'm saying, sure, I take that back. Sorry, I apologize. That is worthwhile to commend, but
Or
I'm worried
anyone with a
that
24-hour alcohol chip, toss it away. It
sure.
doesn't count. Hmm?
Don't do that to me, Casket.
You
I'll
got
have to
another
court you out.
24 hours before you get that 48 chip, though. You keep going. Hmm?
You're shoving a dildo up my ass right now, and it feels so
Nice.
good. Um,
Good for you, man.
good lord. But anyway,
I'd
I
join
feel
you,
you.
but I lost my butt plug a long time ago.
Oh, I know who has it.
Yeah, probably the garbage man.
No, Alice.
Please
How
tell
would
me.
she have my butt plug?
Ask her. Don't ask me.
Babs, do you have my butt plug?
Babe. I show up in your house, steal it, leave. No further
You show up to my
information.
house and you don't even have the decency to leave your underwear.
Imagine Alice takes the butt plug out and then her voice changes completely. That's why she's been talking that way because she's had the butt plug in the whole time. What a lovely conversation. This is how you know we're fucked.
We're all fucked. It just depends on how fucked you are.
Oh yeah, what I didn't hear about Alice coming in 2 months. What's this? This news to me
Yeah,
as
this
well.
spring. Coming this spring to
So
Florida.
why don't you use some money for your guys' first date?
I've
Isn't that
already
much?
got $400 saved up.
Well, there's never such thing as there's such thing as too much money, but in your case, there's not such thing as too much money.
Plus,
Right?
we're gonna pay
What?
for the trip. We're gonna at least
Good.
pay for her to come.
Oh, Casket, you should be really this should be your main theme for the next couple months, right? I feel like you could actually generate more money for you and Alice during the trip.
Yeah, but the thing is,
But I
I've
haven't.
already got the money for this.
Oh, but Casket, you don't know what things can come up. It's not a bad idea to get more money for it, no? I don't know. I'm not gonna force your hand. It's up to you in the end. But I'm just saying that, like people are saying, there has been no posts in your community on YouTube about this, so you should be marketing it more, in my
I could have
opinion.
sworn I've talked about this. Well, did I
Well, I'm
not?
saying
You
like
made a video about it.
you made a video about it. When?
It was a while ago. God, I
Oh,
think my
so you
vape
haven't.
died.
So you haven't. That's what I'm saying. You got it. You should be like, because the people in the YouTube comments are actually engaged more when you and Alice are interacting, right?
Oh God.
Wait, Jeff, why don't you just get why don't we just get Casket a car that you can put a camera on?
A car?
Something less expensive so that if it gets stolen, it's not like
Oh,
a
you mean
huge
a little
financial
remote control car?
something like that's not $1,600. That if it gets stolen, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
I
let me
saw some really
brainstorm
nice
this.
drones at Best Buy.
Yeah, drones are hard though.
Yeah, they
Drones
were
are,
expensive as fuck.
people will actively
I'm gonna
steal a
go get
drone.
something to drink and we'll be back.
Actually, that's all you need. Just
I don't need a
Casket
flashlight.
already
I've
has a
already
flashlight.
got like 5. Like I don't need that.
Yes. No, he's well equipped in that department.
I'm a very lonely man. I'm a cuddly man. I want to cuddle.
Why don't you? You can cuddle with your stepdad.
God, I'd rather kill myself.
You said no thanks. What about honestly put an ad on Craigslist.
For what? I want to cuddle you?
Free cuddles.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get the same replies that I did on dating apps. It's just gonna be a bunch of black guys who want to fuck me for
Look,
some reason.
hey man, beggars can't be choosers. I think your standard is a bit high for what you're aiming for. You said you're very lonely and you're desperate. You can still
Yeah, but I'm
hug. You can
not
still
that
cuddle.
desperate, dude.
That,
Fuck,
that
I
I
was
thought
about
you
to say
said.
something really bad.
I thought you said you were against racism though.
I am against racism.
But you
That
won't cuddle
doesn't
with a
mean I
black
can't
dude.
have a preference.
So why? But you're not in a position where you can pick and choose. I guess you don't want the cuddling that badly then.
I don't want to cuddle somebody I don't know.
Oh, but you don't know the companion doll.
Yeah, but that's because it doesn't have personality or life.
So why is that okay? And that's better than hugging someone who has life but who you don't know.
Yeah, because they could be a serial killer for all I know.
But would dying be the worst case scenario in your position? I don't think so.
Damn.
I mean, you are going to the astral plane. We know it. So, oh, the historian would hate me for saying that.
Yeah, but I still don't want to be murdered.
Fair enough. That's a good point.
Do we have a welcome party planned? Not really.
Oh, that's something that you could raise money for.
Well, the thing is, she's not allowed at the house.
Oh,
I'm not allowed people in the house.
why is that? Let me ask.
I don't know, because of my mom.
It may be time that it's a shame you can't get out of that house.
Yeah, that's a big predicament. You can't have people in your house, and you also physically can't leave your house, pretty much.
Yeah, like you can't even have friends over. That's really depressing.
I mean, I don't have any friends. There's nobody to come over.
I mean, shit. I would, if you allowed it, I
Wait,
would come
who's
visit you.
this?
What?
Historian? No.
Hey,
Who's
man,
this story?
welcome to the live stream.
On the path to king.
How's it going, man?
I'm taking a shower. I was listening for like 10 seconds, so I don't know what's going on. In fact, I was like, dang, shit's going on. And I was like, oh, I gotta re-download my Discord app because I didn't know what the app I missed Casket. And I re-downloaded it and I didn't even have to log back in. It logged me back in and I was like, what the F?
Nice.
What an enabler to the Discord to have to just log me back in. But I do. I miss the king. As I think anyone would. As I am a little liege in the
We were all
Casket
debating.
Kingdom.
We were all debating what Casket should fundraise for.
Yeah, I heard a tiny bit of that, and in fact, I hate to say it to Jeff, but I'm kind of surprised that Queso is the only one in the whole group to say, like, what are you doing? Casket with it. I'm actually shocked that
Hey,
we're
I was
still
against the doll.
talking. I'm actually shocked to hear that we're still talking about the doll because what I said a long time ago was, Casket, you're not going to get $2,000. It doesn't even matter. I mean, it's kind of a joke. The Casket saying I need $2,000 for a sex doll because nobody's going to give $2,000 to Casket King for
I'm
anything.
against the doll. That's why I opened it up to the community to give suggestions for alternate
Right.
ideas.
But as much as I like Jeff, I think the dog is kind of dumb for the same reason, in that it's $1,600.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Who's
Yeah.
who's gonna give $1,600 to Casket? Nobody.
But I just feel desperate. Like, I want him to create interesting YouTube content, but it's a problem because he can't leave the house.
Well, so that's the thing, is that we need to actually address like more deeper level things than content at this point. We need to like Amanda said, historian. Do you see the YouTube chat right now?
No, I could.
Okay.
I could go on to them. Yeah.
Like Amanda Love commented. Amanda Love commented just momentarily ago, a fundraiser to visit Dr. Now in Houston. It's
Man,
like
fuck Dr. Now.
I mean, on one level,
Yeah.
that's a joke, right? And it can be taken as a joke.
I
And on
don't
another
wanna
level,
hear
it's
it.
not. I know, but these are your fans. These are the people who are commenting on your YouTube. That's all I have to say.
I mean, it's almost like if I said to you, CK Piano, hey, what would you do with $1 million? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You could think of something to do with $1 million, but you're not going to get it. And to Casket, I say, you're not going to get 2,000. Everybody who has money in the Casket verse, yes, please donate to Casket. He needs the money. But I think maybe there are people in the Cascaverse who would donate the money, but when you say, I want a sex doll, they say, well, I don't know. I could probably donate my money for a better charity.
I mean, if they want to donate
Yeah.
their money to a better charity, good on them.
So you really don't want any money, do you?
Well,
I
it's
do
not
want the
that.
money. I just want to be honest about it.
I understand what Casket's saying, but what I would say is that, you know what? There's a lot of things in your life at this moment that you could ask your fans to say, "Hey, I want to do this," and you might have your fans give you money. One of the big things is to meet Alice, and I remember in that last sort of, I don't even remember what you call it anymore, but that last podcast, that was kind of brought up that, hey, this money should, it would make a lot more sense to say I'm trying to raise $2,000 to meet Alice than I'm trying to raise $2,000 to get a piece of plastic. And I mean, there's just nothing else to say beyond that, because that's all I would say. No, I absolutely do not support Casket getting a $2,000 sex doll.
And
Can I
also, the
share this
community
quick
would get more
observation?
out
Oh,
of it.
sorry,
If he
Jeff.
went to Colombia, people would actually, there'd be videos of
Right.
him there. If he got the doll, it would be a 5-minute review, and
Yeah.
that would be it.
That would get
I
lost
know.
in his YouTube
Could you
channel.
imagine what Casket would say in that review? I mean, we've seen like 100 different.
It'd be a funny video.
video.
It'd be a funny video, but it would be a funny 5-minute video that's not worth $2,000.
Casket,
I
can
don't
I
even think it'd be
share?
a funny video.
Can I share a quick observation?
Okay.
And I say this as a friend, but something I've noticed is that you'll have a tendency to avoid wanting to experience a good thing because you worry about the feeling it'll leave you with afterwards, right? And so I hope that one day we can change that perspective to like, oh, instead of like worrying about, afterwards and when she's gone or back in Colombia or whatnot, rather, you focus on the actual joy of having that experience to begin with, right? Being able to see her in person, right? That's pretty huge. And that's why like your fans are interacting regarding Alice in the YouTube chat. I think it is admirable to focus on your guys' relationship right now. You should do it. Not beat around the bush. Right? You always, when you log off, you always say "I love you" to her.
That is true.
We should make it happen. I know your fans are interested in that, but they're not interested in products that will only give you a dopamine rush in the short term.
Also, I hopefully will go like this, like in less than 2 months. But there is always a chance that they might need a visa.
Yeah.
If you come here, literally will be like nothing. It will like no one will like say no to you.
What if we fundraise like Disney World tickets? That's $200 instead of $2,000.
It's probably not a good selection for someone with mobility issues.
Yeah, like I
Unless-
would love
unless-
to be able. I would love to be able to do Disney, but my back will not allow it.
Can they get him? Can they get him a chair?
Epcot.
Can they get Casket one of the mobility chair or scooter?
No, he would not be able to get on most of any roller coaster, but I think Epcot is largely not roller coasters, if I
Oh
remember
god, I
right.
can't get on any roller coaster now with my fucking heart conditions.
Yeah, no. I was just thinking about like just the mass size of parks these days in terms of walking around and seeing things.
Around.
Dude, that would take more of a toll than taking a ride. Although you can't even take a ride. But I do like the idea though, Jeff. Like fundraising for an experience together.
Yeah,
in
the
person,
thing
like
is, I
even-
don't think about experiences because I'm fucking crippled, and I figure, well, that's never gonna happen. I'm never gonna go to Disneyland or
Okay,
Busch
but
Gardens.
We can think a smaller scale. What about something in Tampa?
Like literally a date night. Like imagine you two had a nice dinner together, just the two of you to catch up in person. Like I feel like that's a good. That
Dude, I
doesn't have
went
to
to
be a big
Cracker
goal.
Barrel yesterday. I left the store sweating because I couldn't sit there. There is no, go out and have a good time for me. It's if I'm outside of this room, I'm in pain, and I'm like, where can I lie down because I am not enjoying myself.
Casket, I won't say anything beyond this, but I'm actually shocked beyond belief that you just said I went to Cracker Barrel yesterday. I mean, what you're telling me is that I'm going out, and I remember from the podcast that you said,
No,
right, something along the lines of like, I don't have that mobility that I used to have.
And I
And
don't.
when I heard that, I was honestly, I was kind of sad. And I was like, you didn't even have the mobility at that time. Like in that podcast, you guys were kind of talking about like getting back to that mobility. And I was really sad because I thought, that's not, you weren't at a point of mobility at that time. You just didn't, that was the low point in my opinion. And obviously, yes, we were talking about, you guys were talking about, the soda thing and getting better on that. But I think it's interesting that you said, yeah, I'm still getting out of the house and I'm still doing things. And you said, hey, I went to a sit down restaurant. I was and we're hearing Gasket in the background, and this being COPD, which is when I heard that podcast, I kind of thought Casket doesn't have a big problem with soda, full sugar soda, and he needs to drop it. But at the same time, I thought a bigger issue or a totally different issue is Casket and the weed, because Casket at this point has COPD. And I said to Casket, I don't know, a month ago, Casket, when is it going to get to the point where you say, I'm going to stop smoking weed and I'm going to start just taking edibles? Because from my understanding, Casket doesn't buy his weed, he just gets it from the government. So if he really asked, I'm sure he could just get edibles instead of smoking it. And I think that's a really big issue in terms of right now. That's a big thing that he needs to kind of confront, that I don't think he wants to, which I understand because edibles kick in much later. That it's just nicer to have a pen. But at the same time, it's not fun to have COPD.
When he's high for the entire day, does the delayed release really make a difference with edibles?
Yeah, and that's true as well. But yeah, and that's what I've said to Casket. I've been like, you kind of have to accept that edibles are going to help you a lot more than the pen.
Yeah, he's puffing too much.
Right. And I wouldn't say that if he didn't have COPD, but as we've heard when I'm talking, and I joined like 10 minutes ago, he just had like a major coughing fit that was no bueno. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I know, and I'm going to shut up, but I know in the New Year's Eve stream, I was talking a lot about Casket's health and sort of like what he can do. And I know it's dumb for me to say this, but it's just like, one thing I brought up to Casket was this: why can you replace smoking with edibles? And Casket kind of said to me, yeah, maybe that'll happen in the future. Like, it was not at all something he wanted to do immediately whatsoever. And it's not something he thought was really serious. But for me, I'm like, yeah, you should not do the full sugar sodas. Everybody's in agreement. And everyone understands, hey, it's hard to quit something you're addicted to. But at the same time, it's like you shouldn't only look at the full sugar sodas. You should look at that weed as well, because you do have COPD, and you really, really, really should look into just edibles, because you're still getting the weed. It still helps you. You're getting the THC, whatever. But getting it through vape is not good right now.
Can I piggyback on that story in the casket? Okay. I want to say that as someone who knows weed very intimately, I would agree with the historian, and I would actually think that edibles give a different high than the pen, and the pen gives a different high than flower, and the flower gives a different high than that casket. And so in your condition, I actually think you might enjoy an edible high more, because in my experience and from my friend's experience, it's also more of a body high. So I don't know. I concur. I think you would see the benefits pretty quickly, like after a week, if you switched from the pen to the edibles. Like you would find, I could bet $1,000 you'd find yourself breathing easier within 1 to 2 weeks.
I will say the exact same thing as Queso. There's been times where I've been like, hey, I'm going to stop smoking anything for like a couple months or whatever. And I'm like, in my head, I think, well, whatever, it didn't change anything. But then when I go back to smoking, I realize, wow, my lungs didn't really appreciate this. And they've probably benefited a lot from me not smoking. And at the end of the day, I'm not saying don't go off THC. If THC really benefits you, stay on THC. All I'm saying is we're at a point where we've got a lot of health problems that are now directly a result of smoking. I just say we should probably try to get off the smoking thing. It's not like I'm saying get off THC. No, if that helps you, it helps you. And I don't say anything that's bad about that at all. But I understand. And I'm talking right now to Cassie. I understand that you're saying, oh, it's so much easier to smoke. I get it right away. It's instant gratification, whatever. But if I had COPD and a doctor said, hey, you got COPD and that's chronic and it's never going away, I would really say, you know what? I only got one pair of lungs, and I know how difficult it is to transplant lungs, and that's not going to happen. And I would just say choose edibles. I mean, I concur with Queso here of just the big thing now is not just I need to switch off of full sugar sodas. Obviously, that's obvious. I think the big thing now is to say, hey, THC is really, it's helpful to me. It's a benefit, but I could implement it into my body or whatever in a better way than smoking. And you know what? It's not as fun. It's not as immediate, the smoking, but it's going to help. So whatever. I don't want to filibuster.
And historian, you might have missed this from yesterday, but we were talking about how Casket doesn't want to do Ozempic because he's scared of needles. Well, there's a tablet version of Ozempic that I think he should get on.
Yeah, I did hear that. In fact, it was shocking. I listened to the entire podcast, which I've never done before, and I thought it was just I don't know. I mean, I agree with everything there. I do think, I don't remember what that drug is called, but I do think Casket should get on it. It's almost the same thing as like that AI thing that you were discussing in terms of this is a brave new world. This is kind of weird. I don't, who knows what's going to happen to it next. You know what? I don't know what the side effects of Ozempic or this other drug is, but I don't want to say this right. There's really no kind of side effects right now, but I don't want to say this in general. The casket, but in the casket verse to casket in general, Cassie's health is kind of getting bad, and that's why I wouldn't get off on the New Year's stream Casket's health, and I understand why other people would be like, get off this topic or whatever, but in general, I just say I don't know what Casket said to anybody else, but he said things to me and in fact, he might have never said to anybody else. But when he said them to me, I was like, Casket, this is actually a much more severe health issue than you understand. Like, you shouldn't treat this so lightly, but he is. And that's when I say, absolutely, get on freaking Ozempic. Stop taking weed as much. I mean, stop smoking weed as much. Get on sort of an edible program or whatever, because I'm sure your doctor can give you just as good edibles because you're getting them from your doctor. But I mean, I will not go on. And I'm sorry I went on too long in the
Okay.
New Year's Eve stream, but I'm just saying Haskins told me things that I don't know who he's told to anybody else. I know for a fact they haven't been on live stream. And when he told me them, I was like, Haskett, it's getting really bad. And I was like, you kind of need to start implementing different things in terms of your quote unquote diet plan, which means just anything that goes into your body and anything that goes out. And to see that Casket's response to this is like, I need a $2,000 sex doll, is his New Year's resolution, is kind of like, yeah, I absolutely love Casket. And that's why I say this. I will say this point blank, and the other people in the call can respond to this. And when I say other people, I mean Casket too. I really do not think. I love you, Casket. I do not think Casket's going to make it past 2025, and I don't want that to be the truth, but I think it's the truth at this point. It's getting kind of, to me, it's getting kind of creepy. But whatever, I'll go and be it. I won't say anything else.
I'll add my 2 cents and say that the hungry fat chick is a prime example of someone who is in their 50s still going strong. So it's not. But yes, I agree. It could be. It is alarming. Casket man, it's tough because I feel for you because what we're talking about, if implemented, would be a big change. We're talking about changing things on multiple different levels, right? And I think you live in an environment where big change is really admonished and not encouraged because I'm sure everything in that household is very routine. And it's all about comfort and keeping things in a comfort zone, right? Which is feels great, but it's not. Sometimes it's not what's best for us. But it's hard to see when you're in that comfort zone. So I don't know. I feel for you, man. It's tough because of the environment you're in. I feel like if you were just a real shame that that trip fell through because I feel like if you got out of this zone that you're in, I think there's just even so much more clarity that comes with your daily thinking that can lead to better habit forming, right? And whatnot. But I just don't think the environment that you're in is conducive at all to what's best in your best interests. Unfortunately, I think it's more about your mom, feeling that she has some purpose in life, which is to keep going, even though it's
That was, and I'm sorry if I'm stepping on anyone's toes, but that was just actually the most interesting thing that I heard of in the podcast I listened to. Jeff said, "Well, can't you tell?" I mean, it was just really interesting that Jeff was like, "Well, can't you have this heart to heart with your mom and say, you know what? I can't have the sodas in the house." And Casket just kept saying, "It's not my sodas, so I can't have a say over it." And I really understand Casket, and I feel for him there. I completely believe him. I don't think he's lying. But at the same time, if it's not your sodas, I just wonder, why can you drink them? You know what I mean? Like, your response to Jeff in that instance was just like saying, "Well, I can't stop them from coming in the house because they're not mine and they're not even my mom's." But what I would say at that point is, well, if they're not yours, why can you drink them?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because they can get away with it.
exactly because the environment is not conducive to undergoing change, and it's just, hey, this is what we've done for years on end. This is what's comfortable for us. Let's keep doing it. Keep
So,
the
Cascade, your
train
mom
chugging.
never says like, "Hey, these sodas are missing. These aren't for you."
No.
Right.
Because if she doesn't, then it sounds like it's for everybody.
Right. And you know what, Casket, you're absolutely right. If there's sodas in the house, you're gonna freaking drink them. I mean, you're absolutely right, and Jeff is right. CK Piano is right. It's not a matter of willpower. If they're in the house, you're gonna drink them. It's if they're in the house, you're going to drink them. Nothing more needs to be said. And CK Piano mentioned something that was so true when he said, "I'm really sorry that trip didn't go through." And I know I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot talking about this myself. Of course, all these things apply to myself. That's why I care so much about Casket and bring them up so much about Casket. But it's like, I really worry about Casket, and I love Casket. I absolutely love Casket. I've told Casket before, I wish I could have met you 10 years ago, because I'm at the point right now where you're such a good friend, but I worry immediately. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything that Casket's told me. It's not my place, but Casket's told me things where I'm like, that's a really bad health sign. And Casket doesn't see it as a really bad health sign. He's kind of just like, oh, it's whatever. Like, Casket, I can't imagine at this point. I think everyone in this call can imagine it right now, that there's going to be a time in which we are bored and we can't just call you on Discord and you're right there. That's what happens. But I think everyone in this call right now is worried that, or not even worried. We know for a fact it's like Casket's knocking on heaven's door in a sense. And whatever, you might go on to a different plane as you believe, but it's not going to be with us. And that was an interesting thing that happened in that podcast, in which Krusty was saying, we're going to be in this sort of different world altogether. And I was like, even if we're going to be in this different world, it's not going to be all together. And if we wiped our memory, then we wouldn't even know about each other. So whatever. But I know that everything could be said to me as well, but I just say, Casket, to you in general, 2025 has to be a year in which you say, you know what, I've lived this life since like not even 2015, since like 2012. And it's either I have to make the choice, and I'm sorry for going on, but actually I talked to Casket once when it was just me and Casket. I know he never said this on a stream. And I said, Casket, do you feel like you're too far gone and that it wouldn't really matter at this point, even if you got healthy? And he said, yeah, absolutely. Maybe he didn't say absolutely, but he said, yeah, I really feel like I'm too far gone. And I understand what Casket's saying. I don't say that meanly or say, oh, how could you feel you're too far gone? I understand what you're saying. The COPD, the arthritis, all these things are going to stay. But to me, what I say to you as somebody who doesn't believe in the afterlife, I just say, if you look at your life right now and know, you know what, I might not see 2026. I would just say, maybe everything, and maybe all my religious beliefs are absolutely true. I'm going to see whatever, but maybe they're not. And maybe all I've got is this life. And I know nobody could argue this with me. I know Casket was dealt the worst hand probably of anyone in the universe. And I thought that was really interesting in the last call. Not anybody in the universe, but
I
he
was
was
gonna
dealt a
say, I
horrible hand.
was about to
Right.
say
It
that's a
wasn't
bit
the
much,
worst
but
hand.
it was still bad. Still terrible.
I'm sorry I didn't hear that.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I'm known to have audio issues. It's not your fault. I just wanted to chime in before I lose my train of thought that it's not like I don't want this to seem to Casket that I don't like him because of his size. It's not even near the point. It's what frustrates me is the mindset, right? Like I want to see Casket on the right track in his life, whatever that may be for him. And I just I hate that he's so much of this is out of his control. I hate that he's in an environment
Right.
where he can't really change because I feel like if he could he really has so much potential to blossom with his voices, his creativity. Like we will banter one on one. And when I talk to other people, I just can't have this level of connection because we're able to kind of improvise in the moment with different voices and different, role playing and whatnot. So my whole point is, we love you, Casket. We only bring this up now because it has been worrisome. Because I remember when I was listening to you during Hurricane Milton, those streams, you would take a hit, you would blow it, and you would be fine. And maybe like every 5 hits, you would cough. But now it just seems like every time you take a hit, I have to pause when I'm talking to you because there'll be like 20 seconds of coughing, and so that's just not a good sign. So again, I'm gonna be your friend no matter what health condition you're in, no matter what chronic issues you're battling. We are all fighting our own invisible battles that only we know about. But I just don't like the mentality you have sometimes where you're just like, well, it is what it is. Because I really think we at least gotta change small. I'm not asking to change overnight. Like even just going from sugar soda to zero sugar soda or cutting back down and drinking more water. These small changes will add up over time. I just hope we can like implement it now,
Well,
for the new year.
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Well, Casket, can I? I know I don't know who you've told this to or who you haven't, and I don't know if this is like private. You told me something once in private about your health involving. I don't know. I think you know what I'm talking about, and I'm not going to even
You can
say a word.
DM him directly, and then he can.
Don't
Yeah, I
DM.
could
Don't
DM.
DM because it'll pop up. Mm.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
I'm going to
Never
say
mind.
this word. I'm going to say headache. Am I allowed? Can I? I don't think you would care, in
Did
fact,
you say
because
headache?
you headache. Can I talk about this?
My headache.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ask it one day, and I think just from that, you know, thing that we just had, I think he doesn't take it as serious as it is. But Casket one day told me, "Oh, you know what? Last night I woke up and my head really, really hurt, and I threw up multiple times, and I threw up in my bed and whatever." And I said, "That's a really big issue." And I said, Is this something that's common?" And he said, "No." And I said, "Well, that's a migraine." And I was like, if you're not having migraines commonly, that's a really, that's a big, big, big issue. And I said something along the lines of like, Casket, when's the next time are you going to see your doctor? And he said like in February or something. And this was in December. And I was like, this is a big issue. I mean, if you wake up with a headache that makes you throw up multiple times, that that to me, I'm not a doctor, that just says there's a kind of a big issue. And to this is where it's weird with Casket. In general, when there's kind of like major issues, he sort of feels like, well, if I bring it up to my doctor when I have my doctor's appointment, that's like all I have to do. And I said, well, Cassie, if you haven't had migraines before and you're all of a sudden out of nowhere, you have a migraine that's so bad that you wake up and you throw up multiple times, that's a really, really bad sign in terms of your health. And
Yeah.
from what I've talked with Casket, he just kind of doesn't care.
Yeah.
And
I kind of wish we were in the room with him when he was with the doctor, even though I know that's not allowed and unethical.
right,
Because I have lied to my doctor so many times, and I know it's like a trauma response on my part. But I'm just saying, like, I could totally see Casket when it's just him and the doctor being like, downplaying the severity of some of those issues he's
right.
currently facing, right? And I get it. Like, it's tough to like. It's more easy and it's more comfortable in the moment to not address these things because it is, it's going to be a change. Like, but I worry that if you don't address it now, it's going to just be even worse later.
And there's not a later, in my
See,
opinion, with
that's
Casket.
where the story and I disagree. I personally think casket still has several more years, but I don't think they're going to be very enjoyable at all.
That's where we disagree. No.
Yeah. I think, which is great because I
Jeff, you
think
were just about to
there's
say
potential. Sorry, I was going to say he's just
right.
I think it's first of all, I don't think it's true that he only has a year. I think it's going to be quite a few years, but it's counterintuitive to tell him he has a year left because I think Casket would know in his mind that he doesn't have a year to turn it around.
Yeah.
Like it would take longer. It would take much longer.
You're absolutely right, Jeff, but I'm going to say this, which I already said in the chat. I talked to Casket and I said, and I didn't say it, I know it sounds really bad, but I said to Casket, like, do you feel like you're too far gone? And Casket was just like, yeah, I really don't feel like whatever I could do could help me. I think I'm just too far gone. And I was actually thinking about this earlier today, Casket, and I thought this was a really weird interaction that we had together. And I think you will agree, Casket. This was really weird. But I said to Casket, and I know this is going to sound really bad, but I said to Casket, I think you probably should have been an abortion. And Casket said back to me, I feel I feel that same way. And that just gets at the heart of it, of that.
What is the benefit of this? Of where are we going with this, Astorian?
Because Casket doesn't feel that there's any. To say that is to say, and it gets back into that whole free will thing. And I'm really interested that Casket's like super into, yeah, I do have free will and I can change my trajectory in life. But I said, and as anybody, and I know CKPN is kind of early into this, into the Casket verse or whatever. But as I've said forever,
the classic historian shade.
No. I'm not trying to discredit you at all.
I know. It's just so funny that every time we talk now, you always mention that at least once. It's just a pattern I've noticed.
Well, if you heard, and I think it's interesting because Casket will say there was a call that was just me and Casket before I kind of left the Casket verse for no time at all, where I was actually saying, I was talking very, very, very considerately, particularly towards CK Piano, but towards the Canadian as well, in terms of like why they're in the Casket verse and whatever. And I don't think, ill of anybody. Absolutely not.
I know. I'm just teasing you.
But in general, I just say I don't know that Casket feels in his heart that he should actually change his habits, because I think he feels that there's nothing that I can do to change it. And why I brought up that abortion thing is that I think as well, which I argue this fact, and other people in the Casket verse argue differently, and they have to me. I think Krusty's argued differently to me. I really, really, really argue you're in the position that you are right now, Casket, not in any way to do with who you are and what your feelings are, whatever, what your desires are. You didn't create this position, but you're in it. And I can say you can change, but what Casket's told me is basically, and I think he's being really truthful, and I think he will say to you, yeah, I'm going to change, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, right now where he sits, I think he says, if I change, I'm still going to have arthritis. I'm still going to have COPD. I'm still going to be in this bed.
Can we address that argument, please? Because I'm so tired of hearing this. I feel like you mentioned that line of thinking. And it's such a bad line of thinking because, yes, chronic issues are a pain in the ass, but there's undoubtedly no way that you would not benefit from right, to a certain degree. Obviously, certain issues aren't going to go away.
That's historian's position. He's saying that's Casket's thinking. on the issue,
Right. I don't say, oh my gosh, Casket, you should just
I
keep drinking full sugar soda. I
I
say, I really think
I never
Casket's not.
I didn't say it was historians. I know it's
Right.
Casket's line of thinking.
Okay.
That's why I was saying it was his. I sorry, I didn't make it clear, but um, yeah, I don't know. I think we disagree on certain. Like I find that sometimes your maybe the phrasing or your wording is a bit more pessimistic, historian, because
It
like
is. It is.
yeah, because and I get it. You like you said, I am green and I've only relatively new, and know that you and Jeff both know Casket much longer than I have. But you both know that I'm very observant, and from what I've observed, Casket is capable of change. Like look at the lights behind him, right? Look at the lights we installed, changing the setup. That is change on a very small scale, and it happened because of our input. So I think that we can do this. We just need to not aim too high. Is what like with the companion doll. $2,000 is aiming too high. Aiming for an overnight transformation is aiming too high, but we need to aim for our small, gradual changes that Casket can change, like saying no to his mom when she offers him sugar soda, right, and saying yes when it's zero sugar. Even just to start like that in itself, I think we can see like Casket might open more doors for him just by doing that alone, right? And the brain starts unlearning things that it's habitually learned for years because of no fault of Casket, just because his brain has been wired by his mom. And so just by starting small, the brain starts to relearn, right? And so then it gains more capability to change further down the line, right? It progressively. That's the hope, anyway. I understand I might be too optimistic, wherein the story might be too pessimistic. So it might the answer might be lie with Jeff. It was
I
like
have to
middle of the
admit,
road.
no, I have to admit, I was maybe a little bit too green because when Casket says he would start his no sugar New Year's resolution, I thought he would maybe go a few weeks until it started to get difficult. I was shocked that he broke it like by January 3rd. I think he went like no sugar sodas for like 2 or 3 days, and then that was it. I
Well,
was actually a little bit surprised.
if I could say this to Jeff, and I wonder, I think you probably feel the same way. It's not like Casket doesn't have, obviously, obviously, full sugar sodas are a maladaptive coping mechanism. He's, things are hard in his life, and he's choosing soda to say, this is, it helps me through what's going on. And trust me, if I were Casket, I wouldn't choose soda. I'd choose probably freaking heroin. Casket's got a hard effing life. But it's not like Casket only has soda. You know what I mean? He's got weed. He smokes weed constantly. And that's what he should say is my maladaptive coping mechanism, in that, yeah, I have COPD and I shouldn't be smoking weed, but it helps me through it and whatever. And to me, I'd say, why not focus on the weed and say that's what I should be doing, edibles or whatever, but I'm gonna not. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use smoking. Let's not even say you're gonna do
Yeah. Okay,
edibles.
so
I'm gonna use smoke.
let's give
Sorry.
Casket like several minutes to
Yeah, he's been
respond to all
quiet.
this.
That's too Pat. That's too optimistic. But okay, Casket, you have several minutes to talk.
Yeah, let's just see. Let's just pause. I wonder what will happen if we just pause talking.
Well, I don't know what to say, really. I'm getting tired of talking about my death. What can I say? Just how I feel.
And Casket just took a hit in that moment.
Well, that
Yeah,
was saddening to hear.
and you know what,
That was not
Casket,
the
you're right.
response I wanted to hear.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And Casket, if you're saying, you know what, I don't want to hear about my, who wants to hear about their death? You know,
We're not talking about your
I could say
death,
a
though. It's the
lot, but
opposite. We're trying to talk about the opposite,
right,
really.
right.
We're trying to not avoid the death.
And you know what? Can I ask this to both Jeff and Extra Queso? Don't you think if Casket doesn't change? I know Casket's saying, I'm sick of hearing about my death, but it's like, to me, I look at this and say, it's not something that it's too imminent to me. And I know I'm the person who's often talking about it. If you're mad, Casket, you should look at me and say, you
Historian,
should literally say, stop bringing it up, Historian.
I'm not
historian, can I?
mad. I'm just tired of talking about it.
Yeah,
But it's
historian.
like if you were if you stopped cleaning your house and the dirt and dust built up and the garbage piled up and somebody said to you, you know, maybe you should clean your house and you're just like, oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about cleaning my house. I just can't do it anymore. It's like you have to get to the root of the issue. It's not just about like hearing about death that bothers you. It should be the actual thing that bothers you. So
Well,
don't you feel for that underlying like I have to make a move kind of thing?
can I? Sorry, Cass, you can respond, but can I say to both you and Jeff, or Jeff and the historian, I don't think that's a really good line of attack with Casket, because one thing Casket and I have shared that I've learned through our conversations 1v1 is that we're both not really afraid of death. In fact, I would be very happy to die in my sleep tomorrow or tonight. So I don't think that's the best approach when it comes to Casket. I think that's more likely to turn him off. I will say though that the fact that Casket said, can we move to a different thing, or I don't like how we keep talking about it or whatnot. I think that was a good example of what I was saying earlier, right, about being in the comfort zone. This is
You're
uncomfortable
right,
because it's change, right? We're projecting
but
change. Sorry, go ahead.
but I think and I'm sorry if I cut you off, but I think it's really interesting that you just said like I don't want to, whatever, I don't want to hear about that. But with Casket, it's like Casket's told me I'm gonna die when I'm 34 or something. That he's told me before, "Yeah, I'm gonna die this year," and he
Yeah,
seems
and
comfortable.
I've got 6 months to go, and if I hit
Right, and that
35, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
and that's why I say what I
Oh,
say, because in his head, Casket really believes his death is imminent. And I think he's not concerned with getting better because he says, hey, you know, somebody who had a deck of cards once told me I'm going to die this year, and I really think I'm going to die this year, and I think I'm going to go into this astral plane, whatever. But I say to Casket, "Ugh, you might, you know, I don't
yeah.
discredit your religious beliefs, but I say, why not really focus on the possibility that this is all we get? And if I were Casket, I'd say, man, I got the worst deck of cards imaginable dealt to me. But I would say, you know
Right.
what? Think of this right now. There are three people. Alice is muted. Okay. Frosty's not even in this
I'm
call,
still
but there are
here.
three. Right. You're still here. But let's just say Jeff, Queso, and me. There are three people who say, man, Casket, we're really concerned because we think of you as a great friend, and I don't know, nothing else needs to be said. It's just, and I understand exactly where Queso's coming from, but it's just like, I don't know, I just feel like I've talked to Casket. I know for a fact, I'll just say this, I know for a fact I'm 10 years younger than Casket or whatever. But I know for a fact that there's going to come a day where I have to face the reality that Casket's not alive anymore. Maybe in Casket's universe, he's on some astral plane, whatever. But I'm going to have to accept that fact. And in my opinion, you're not going to be in some astral plane. And I look at your life to get back to what happened in that podcast of free will and not free will. I look at your life and you know what? I see a lot of things in which you didn't create this life. It's not your fault. You have a shitty deck that was dealt to you. But what I say to you is I know it's like a ridiculous amount of willpower that's needed here, and I know that your whole religious bent is willpower, but I would really say, I would hope that you kind of look at yourself and say, you know what? I'm at a point where I think I'm going to die in the next 6 months, and I think I'm going to live kind of forever after I die. I would just say to you, man, maybe you're going to live forever after you die, but 6 months is not enough. You're 30, what are you, 34? It's like you should live to 70. I know you got these chronic problems, but
Yeah, but the thing
the
is, if I'm
biblical,
in this much pain now, how much pain am I going to be in when I'm 70? Am I going to want to live that long?
but what if you got healthy right now? What if you said, I'm going to lose a lot of weight? But I mean, you illustrated my point exactly. Casket kind of doesn't want to live. And that's where I'm at right now. And I know it's dumb, but I
So
just say, Casket, everybody loves you in this call right
let
now.
me
Well,
try
I'll
this
just say this.
approach.
I love you.
Let me try this approach. Casket, you turn 35 in 6 months.
Yes.
So if you turn 35 and you're still alive, do you promise live on stream, do you swear that you will then start making the changes necessary?
I don't
You
know. I
promise that
don't
you
know
will
what I'm
go
going
to
to
the
do if I
psychic
live
that
that
told you that you're
long.
gonna die and ask them to give you your money back.
Wait, what'd you say, Casket? You don't know what you're gonna do?
I really don't know what I'm going to do if I live to see 35.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you an idea of trying to give you an idea of what you want to do or what you might want to do. Is like if you reach there,
I mean,
that
hell, I didn't
proves
think
that.
I'd live this long.
Yeah. So why don't if you are still, and I believe you will be, going strong and in 6 months, I think that should be all that's necessary to be like, hey, it's time to get this as much shit as I can together. Like what we've been discussing. Because then there's no more excuses of like, oh, I'm gonna die when I'm 34. Anyway, so what's the point? Because you will have been 35, proving that wrong, right? Right?
I seriously don't know what I'm going to do if I hit 35.
Would you be against this idea?
I don't know. I literally don't know what I'm going to do.
I know, but that's not answering my question. Would you be against the idea of, since you don't know what to do, brainstorming what you would do, right? Your options. I think a good option would be to start implementing the changes we were talking about slowly. We're not, slowly, gradually. I think that's a fair ask. 6 months from now.
I don't know, man. I wasn't expecting to make life choices tonight.
Casket, can I ask you this? Are you going to be alive? And I don't mean, let me ask you this. Are you going to be conscious a year from now?
I don't know. If I make it to 35, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I meant though. I mean, to me, I kind of worry because you're so secure in your beliefs of the afterlife, and that I know you're saying, hey, I'm not going to be alive in this body. And that's kind of what I thought about with Krusty and this sort of it's this AI thing in the podcast of like, hey, we can go be in these AI bodies or whatever. I felt like this is kind of a fantasy world, or this is the afterlife, or whatever. But in general, I know for a fact Casket believes once I die in this body, I get to be in a better body or something. And it worries me when Casket says, "Hey, I'm not going to be alive in like 6 months," because what he's not really saying I'm not going to be alive in 6 months. He's saying I'm going to be alive in 6 months, but I'm going to be in a better body. And if you're Casket, of course you want to be in a better body. Like it, of course. I understand exactly where you're coming from, Casket, but I would say don't bank on it at all. And no
Okay, well, if
human
I'm wrong,
being
I'm
who,
wrong. If there's nothing, there's nothing. If there's nothing, I'm not going to care because there's nothing.
yeah, but you'll be dead.
Yeah, I'll be dead either way.
Dorian, I told you this line of thinking is not going to work with Casket. I don't know why you keep trying to pursue it. He doesn't care if he's going to
Whether
die,
there's an
nor do I.
afterlife or
Stop.
not, I'll be dead either way.
Exactly. Stop trying to approach Casket with this strategy. It's not going to work. I'm telling you, man. I
You're
gave you
not
that
wrong.
warning. I gave you that warning. It's just not. That's not the way to approach it. We need to find a different way to approach it. I think the way to approach it is, hey, if you reach 35, no more excuses. Let's start implementing small changes gradually, because then they
Yeah,
prove the curse wrong.
but extra case of wouldn't you say if you believed you were going to be in some other body in some other realm which isn't disabled in any way, wouldn't you say, well, why should I try to preserve this disabled body? And that's where yeah, I mean, it's
No,
just
I don't
you're
think so.
right.
There's a lot of things Casket enjoys, like music in this world, that is not attainable in the astral plane, at least from my understanding. So I think there are things that Casket deep down really wants to live for. I just think there's so many obstacles currently in his way that make it so difficult for him to see any light. Right? It's very it's just like he doesn't see his mom for what she is one example. I don't want to dive too deep into it, but that's something that I've noticed, right? And so there's a lot of things that need to be worked on. There's just a lot. There's just a lot, and I
You-
just worry that your approach, historian, with
right.
regarding death is not going to be helpful at all
Right.
with
It
Casket.
couldn't be, it might not be fruitful at all, but you just mentioned a really interesting thing in terms of his mom. Casket, do you think you will die before your mom?
I don't know if I don't die in the next 6 months. I don't know.
Right. And I think that's kind of a big issue here that's Casket's not bringing up, or maybe he wasn't, I don't know. But in general, I think Casket does not want to die before his mom whatsoever. And I think he's almost, I don't want to say happy, but I think I don't know what to say. I think he's comfortable with the
I mean,
fact
if he
that
were suffering
he
every
kind of
day, he'd
wants.
be happy it was over too.
You're right. You're right. But right.
See, that's what I'm
I
saying,
just think
historian.
that.
It's not going to work.
But
I
I
feel the
mean,
same
how
way.
can you to CK Piano? I would say to this: how can you respond to that? And how can you try to help somebody who says that?
You do by changing your approach, by changing your strategy, by not focusing on something that, by trying to shine a light on things of value, like Alice, for example, right, in this living world,
Right.
right? The fact that Alice is a living, breathing organism who cares for Casket, and Casket cares for her, and they haven't met yet, but they could with the help of an online community, and whatnot, and Casket saving up. That's kind of, in my opinion, worth living for at the very least. So I think shining light on that and like changing the perspective on things to that Casca has going for him is more fruitful or productive than being like, oh, or this impeding death, which we don't even know is true. Because again, Hungry Fat Chick on YouTube is in her 50s, and you could argue she's even way worse than Casket. Although I don't know how her chronic conditions stack up against Casket, but she's still in her 50s and she's still going strong. So, and she's barely mobile as well. So I'm not saying that she could be an anomaly, and I'm not saying that like Casket's going to live for 20 years. Of course not. Like there's high risk in the current conditions. But what I'm saying is that the way that you approach it is like is not going to work for Casket regarding the death issue because it's not doesn't scare, like, again, like if you experience pain every day, death is very, very appealing, right? It's dying. The act of dying is less appealing. Death, the state of death is very appealing. Right? Anyone with but yeah, right? Because then you shut off your mind. Like I have trouble sleeping sometimes because I can't shut off my fucking brain.
But right, I could respond, but and I don't know what Casca would say to this. What do you think, Jeff? You've heard a lot of this. I mean, we're obviously me and CK Piano kind of opposed, but kind of not. But I just think, what is your advice to Casket at this point?
At this point, I honestly think it comes down to moving somewhere else because I think just in the environment he's in, he's always going to have access to the things he shouldn't be having. And so if he can at some point go to Krusty's, that would be great. I think that would be a big change for him. But I just think in the environment he's in now, it's going to be a real uphill battle.
Right.
And I'll just leave it at that.
And an uphill battle is kind of not even saying it truthfully. I think you feel, which I say because I listen to that podcast, I think you feel like Casket, if you can't not drink this soda that's not meant for you, which is, I don't look at Casket and say, how can you not drink that soda? If the soda's there and you're addicted to soda, you're going to drink it. And Jeff was basically like, why can't you drink this soda? And Casket's response was, well, it's not my soda. Well, I would say to Casket, I don't drive cars that aren't my cars, even though I want to drive them because they're not my cars. And at the end of the day, they are your sodas because you're drinking them. And I know I don't know. I mean, I know Casket doesn't want to hear it, and anybody else could just say, like, you know what, just shut the F up. You've said enough. Casket knows. And this is the dumb thing of this whole fact. Casket knows. But at the same time, I say, and it's not to Jeff, it's CK Piano, I say, I worry about this because Casket's so sure of the afterlife to where he doesn't say. If Casket told me, I know for a fact I'm going to die when I die, then I would say, you know what, if you want to die when you die, accept that and, just be happy with that, whatever. And it's apparently in like 6 months. And that's not a comfortable fact whatsoever. But Casket doesn't believe he's going to die when he's going to die. This is where I think the real problem lies, in that Casket knows. I don't even say Casket thinks. Casket knows there's this afterlife that's waiting for him, in which he's not in this disabled body.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not like I'm sitting here getting ready to drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but you just said 6 months, Casket. You said if I lived like 6 months, I'd be really shocked.
Yeah, so I would be really shocked because I don't know what I'm gonna do after.
Historian, there's an opportunity right there. That's what we should be pressing on. If you make it past 6 months, Casket is saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. We're saying, we can give you something to do right now. Or not right now.
I will help you find the person that told you that writes your cars. I will sue them myself.
Well, you'll have to find all 3 of them.
It will be a little quest.
Oh, can I... 3 things real quickly. Observation. 1, ever since we've been talking about Casket's health, the historian and I have been fighting less. It's an observation I noticed. 2, I was wondering if Krusty is currently listening. Krusty, if you're listening, hello.
I know, join Krusty.
If so, please
I still
join.
think it's wild that Casket still pays for psychics. I think that's insane.
I never said I paid for them.
Didn't you say you went to psychics before? They did.
Yeah, they all did it for free.
I don't think they actually gave you a reading then.
No, they gave me a reading.
Wait, what do you mean, actually, Jess?
You're saying you actually sat down in like a psychic?
Yeah, we sat down. They uncovered their crystal ball. They pulled out their cards. They did the whole shuffle thing.
And charged you nothing for it?
And charged me nothing because we were friends.
Was it at the Big Top?
One of them was at the Big Top.
That was like 10. That was a long time ago.
When was the last time you went to a psychic?
Gosh, it's been over 10 years.
Right.
Okay. But are you holding on to these psychics' words like they're true? Like they're destiny?
I mean, it's kind of weird that all three of them would mention that I die at 34 separately.
I have a hard time believing that.
The first time I heard it, I was like, okay, whatever. Second time, I'm like, okay, that's weird. Third time, I'm like, okay, this might lead to something.
So you saw 3 separate
I saw
psychics?
3 separate psychics at different times.
And you didn't pay for any of them?
No.
Explain how. You said one of them was a friend?
I knew them, yes. I knew all 3 of them.
How do you personally know 3 like that they do this as a
2
career?
of
As
them
their
were
main
traveling psychics. One of them at a shop.
Is there a chance, since you know all 3 of them, is there a chance any of them know each other?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of, but there's a chance that they may have.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Or
There's
did you talk during the
also-
session? During the session, did you talk at all to the psychic?
I never
Before or
mentioned the
after?
34 thing, no.
That's not what I'm saying. There's okay. Never mind. Go ahead.
But there's also just a chance that they happen to say 34, and there's also just a chance there. But I don't know. In general, I know everyone was
I mean,
like,
who
oh
knows?
my
Maybe in
God.
6 months I'll look like an idiot and I'll be alive.
Well, Casket, would
hope
you
so.
be in 6 months? I think when you're 35, you should really we should start, really taking serious because I feel like right now you're not taking it seriously because you're 34. This whole conversation, even though we are taking it seriously, but I feel like in 6 months, no more excuses, right?
In 6 months, I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. I literally
know,
don't know what I'm gonna do if I see 35.
No. Okay, so why don't
don't
we?
know what I'm gonna do.
Okay, well, how about you listen to us in 6 months? We'll just say that.
I just find it confusing because I
fucking mentally,
swear
I might
when I
just fall
talked to
apart.
I swear when I talked to Casket yesterday, he was on the side that he believes in free will. Was that the case?
That's
Casket?
a good point. That's a good point.
I do believe in free will, and I still haven't drinking a soda since that time.
Do you notice that there's a discrepancy in believing in free will and also believing in psychics, fortunes? That those two may clash against each
Yeah,
other?
but the thing is, it's like I said the other day, if you know it's coming, you can change it.
All right, but then so using your own free will, you could completely destroy the psychic's prophecy, right?
That is true, but I don't know how to fucking do that.
So you don't have free will then?
No, I do have free will. I just don't know what to do with it to not cause me to not die.
You really don't know, Casket.
You do.
Right.
You do. We've been telling
know.
you all night. We've been telling you all night.
Casket, let me ask you this. If you were to say to me what I need to do in order to preserve my life, what would you say?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. I think I ask enough, but I don't know. I mean, as it's been said, I mean, I know I bring this up too much, and I bring it up too much, Casket, out of love, because this is what I really get at, where I've talked to Casket so much, where he says, I'm going to die at 34, and, just basically, like, I don't have any plans beyond that. And it's not that I wish that this could be said by Casket. I hope that it will. It's not that you're going to die at 34. You say, I'm going to die at 34, then I'm going to go on to this afterlife that I believe in. So you're not going to die. But if I said to you, Casket,
I'm still
really,
going to die just because I go somewhere else doesn't mean I'm not dead.
I would say then you're not dead. You're going somewhere
No, I
else.
am dead from this world. I'll be dead.
To me, when you die, you're done. You're done. And that, I guess, I don't know. That's where we disagree. But that's where I think you say, and Casket, I'll address it to you specifically, where you say, I'm gonna die and I'm gonna be in a different body that's a better body that I'm at in a better world and blah blah blah. I mean, do you feel like that I'm gonna die in this body, but I'm gonna go on to this other body that's gonna be better than this body?
Not really. I just feel like once I'm dead, I'll be dead.
So you say you don't believe in an
No, I
afterlife.
believe in the afterlife. And just once I'm dead, I'll be dead. And if there's an afterlife,
Right.
I'll be in the afterlife. If there's no
And
afterlife, then I guess I won't be in the afterlife. But it's like
when
I
you're
won't know until I die.
You
when
never
you
learned,
well,
you historian. You never learned.
I mean,
I
I don't
warned you
know,
like
maybe I
3 times, man, and you still.
that to me seems like, how could you say, I don't know. I mean, you're right, CK Piano, in terms of there's nothing. And you know what? I don't even know what was going on in terms of this all before I joined. And I'm the fault. And if Casket's like, oh, stop, effing stop. I'm going to die when I'm 34. Just stop. I said,
Historian
you
is
know
saying.
what? I'm the fault.
You know what's funny? When you probably at the same time when you were reinstalling the app, we had mentioned in the today's episode how we had thought, or at least someone had thought, you'd be reinstalling it and you'd be back,
Dang.
which was my
Man,
hope
I
as
have
well
no
because
free effing will.
I mean, no, historian, please read the last 2 messages I sent to you.
Who I I did, but in fact, I think I did, but there was an interesting message that's come in. I don't mean to gloss over that at all, but there was an interesting, because I think I read those messages, but there was an interesting message by Noja Marcus that said during this call, Casket, please read about this man and what he did. It's amazing, and I believe you could do it too. And I've seen this man before, and he's like a guy who like didn't eat food for a year or something. I wouldn't advise Casket to do that, but I would just say, yeah, there's a good hero, I don't know, to look into towards that. Um, in general, frankly, I know people were not, people were like, oh my God, shut up about Casket, um, health or whatever. And here's what I say to that answer. I'm like, what are we going to talk about besides that? I mean, it seems stupid, but I would just say, like, I know it's like Casca probably looks at me like, just shut the F up. Like, whatever. I don't want to hear this, as he's basically said in this call. But I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it were imminent. And as I've inched out in this call, Casca feels the same way. He says, I'm gonna be dead in the next 6 months. I just say, dude. I'm not even gonna say anything past that. I just say, dude, this is insane, dude. And there's not there's nothing more, but at the same time, it's like, how can we go back to this Casket podcast in which we say, hey, let's talk about cyberpunk, let's talk about this or that, when it's like Casket in his mind says, I'm gonna be dead in 6 months. If I said I'm gonna be dead in 6 months, I think people would like call the police on me and say, this person's like highly suicidal and they need help or something. Casket's in a different position. He's not really saying I'm going to be dead in 6 months. He's saying, I know my body's going to give out in 6 months. And it's just disturbing. I don't think Casket's going to be dead in 6 months, to tell you the truth. I think he's going to have to face the day in which he wakes up and he's 35. But casket in general, there are I don't know how many people are in the YouTube video right now, the live stream, but there are 3 people besides Alice who are like nobodies. I mean, me, Jeff, and Queso are 3 people who got into the casket verse in very unique, different ways. And each of us just feel like 6 months, like, dude, I don't even know. It's just dumb. But I say casket. If I won't even speak for Jeff and Case. I'll say this: casket. I care about you, not we. I won't go plural. I care about you, and I say I think it's weird. In fact, I think it's weird that you would say, I'm going to stop drinking full sugar soda if you think you're going to be dead in like 5 months at this point. It just doesn't make any sense because I think you don't believe you're going to be dead. And I know, whatever, I've said it enough, but I know it's just like annoying. Who wants to hear it? If everybody in this call were just being like, oh, historian, stop effing drinking, I just go like, the F, blah, blah. In fact, I would say, like, yeah, I need to absolutely. But to you, I just say casket. You shouldn't look at your life and say, I've got 5 months left, and you don't. And that's what I was trying to get at. You don't. If you did, it would be a very different casket. Casket knows, hey, my body doesn't have that long to last, but my soul is this whole other thing, and it gets to go on to this other sort of universe. It's almost exactly what Krusty was talking about of I get to be in this other universe through AI. And it's just like casket. Who knows what happens when you die? But I'll tell you this, you'll never talk to me or Extra Queso or Jeff again, or Crust. I don't know. Extra Case is absolutely right. It's just stupid. And I'm stupid for saying it. And Casket's right for saying
I
change the
didn't say it
effing
was
topic. It's
stupid.
just dumb.
I didn't say it was stupid.
But I don't say that it's dismissive. It is stupid. It's stupid. It's as
Well, I think you're being
stupid if
hard on
you said,
yourself. I think you're being hard on yourself.
I don't know. You're right. I'm not even really talking to Casket, but you're right.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean, like, look, I told Casket that one of the common denominators for people in the Casket verse and the Casket crew is some sort of, past trauma. So don't worry, I get it.
That is so interesting. And Casket will say the exact same thing. And Casket, I want you to say it. We were not in it was just me and Casket. And I would just say things, but I feel like I'm outing people. But I said, I just think everybody in the Casket verse had some sort of, in general, previous trauma. And that's why they connect to you, because they can look at you and say, here's this person who's almost, there's not even a word in English, but here's somebody who's just racked with trauma. And we like you because we see in you ourselves. Obviously, we like you, but we also see ourselves in you. And I said, I don't know Extra Case. I've only talked to him a couple times or a few times, but I said, I know for a fact it's the same exact thing. Wow, I won't even get into it, but that's exactly what I said, and I think you're very astute to say that. Extra Case.
Do you remember what you told me that one night?
No, but I'm not you can say it. I don't care.
Well, no, it was a compliment, but I remember it was me and Krusty and you in the call and Casket too, and I think you said something to the effect of that I was like the shrewdest debater you've ever heard, and that I should have been a lawyer.
Certainly. Right. I agree.
Well, I know you agree because you said it. So.
Right, but right.
So what I will say though, I listened to some of the podcast episode. Kudos to you, Scarn. I could not sit for the entire thing. But
I will say, I'm sorry to cut you off. To
well, before
Jeff
you
and
cut
the
me off,
casket,
before you
I
cut me
love
off,
that podcast.
you loved it, really? I couldn't listen
What
to it.
from
Well, I
yesterday?
found
I thought it was really good. I
really
I don't
listened to the
remember what
whole
we
thing.
talked about.
It was
first he was
dumb.
being so bombastic regarding AI, and it was just
It's
driving
the
me nuts.
crusty one. And it's sad we don't have Krusty here. This would be a great
I
conversation.
don't know what happened.
if he were.
He just dropped off. I don't know what happened.
He does that from time to time.
Yeah.
He had to go watch. I
Lol
don't
Cow
even
Live.
remember what that Lol Cow Live.
Gosh.
Right?
Nah, it wouldn't be on now.
I never understood the appeal.
What I will say is this: I loved it, but Casket probably talked for like 20 seconds that whole thing, and that's general. With that's what you expect, I guess, with Casket. I don't say anything bad to Casket. I love Casket, but
Yeah,
he
you have to
does
draw. You have
need.
to draw it out of him. He doesn't. He's not gonna like pipe up and say, "Hold on, guys, I've got something to say."
I don't even think it's drawing it out of him. I mean, literally, he said almost nothing. He talked about the only topic he brought up was a Pokemon plush that he was like, if you do this thing with email, you'll get this Pokemon plush, and then nothing
Right.
else. Right. He doesn't talk. And I've talked to Casket before, and I was like, you can't keep doing these. I mean, he can. It's dumb to say this, but he can't keep doing these. Forget that game. I don't remember the name. Something 2088 or something.
Cyberpunk
And I
2077, whatever.
Right, Cyberpunk, whatever. And I was like, you can't keep doing this because you don't talk. And I was like, you got to talk. And Casca was like, oh, I know I don't talk, blah, blah, blah. It's so hard. And I said, just talk about what you're looking at on the screen. Just have
But I
things
think
come
he
out of
gets
your
the
mouth.
impression that for other YouTubers, it just comes natural to them, but it's actually not. Like for all YouTubers, it's a skill that they have to work on. They have to subconsciously or consciously, they have to remind themselves, like, I got to talk to this audience, every 5 or 10 seconds.
I think
And
that's
it's
true
not
for
natural.
all. I don't think
but
it's true
you
for all
gotta,
YouTubers.
yeah, you got to. It's something you got to work on.
Is Dorian laughing? Wait, who's laughing?
I just love Casket. I just love Casket so much.
Bro,
I just love the idea. Right.
Casket. I have a question, Casket. If this someone came to you one day in person and offered to deep throat you, would you object?
I would object.
Yeah, I think I would object.
You object?
I hope you would.
Nice. That's a shame.
Casket, I know you've said very little, just like in the podcast. What do you say? We said like I don't know how long it's been since I joined. I don't know what's going on before this, but we said a lot. What do you say to all this, Casket?
I don't know. I know I need to change. It's so fucking hard. Fuck, I'm tired of getting lost advice from people. I drown it out at this point. I don't care. Like, I've heard all this shit before.
That's true.
Like, I'm sorry to drown you out. I don't want to sound like an asshole, but you can only listen to the same thing so many times before it's like, fuck, you don't care anymore.
I know.
I mean, we can change the subject, but also you've got to change the subject, Casket. You've got to jump in with something. Is there any any topic that's on your mind that because
Pokemon plush?
Aside from Pokemon plush, like I just look back to Casket's old OG videos, and
Jeff.
he is pretty talkative and opinionated, and I think he still has it in him. I'm just wondering if it's like maybe his health. It's too much to talk.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think we need to get more goofy because I know that when Casket and I in our 1v1s, we get goofy, and then Casket will talk nonstop for like 20 minutes, just doing different voices and whatnot. But then once we talk about once Questy and the story and I start talking about the socioeconomic effects of economic transactions on the
Yeah, like
geopolitical
this shit I
war.
don't care about. I have no opinion.
Yeah. So we need to get what
And
we need to do
I,
if we want to enter more. What we need to do is get
Yeah,
goofier.
but I mean, so let's say he's doing something he likes, like Cyberpunk 2077. Still, he doesn't get too
That's
talkative or opinionated about it. So he's got to
right,
work on
he
that.
doesn't say anything.
well. I think that's
Yeah,
part. I think that's partly because of the weed.
In general, can I say
possibly.
this? In general, I've talked to Casket before, and I've said I have an interest in the Casket verse that keeps drawing me back or whatever. But I've said 1,000 times to Casket, maybe to nobody else, my interest is so different from other people's interests, and I just have just in generally said, if you really make the content that you want to make, yeah, I never said Casket don't make the content, but just in general, it's like my interest in you as a person is kind of not watching you play Cyberpunk. I want to watch you talk about whatever. Like
Yeah.
literally just put the camera on and say, I'm interested in blah, 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 blah. But Casket goes, I don't have any interest. I don't have any drive, whatever. And I'm just like, I do not care. And I love Casket, but I've tried to watch him before. I do not care about Casket playing Cyberpunk without any talk. I I just think like I think it's been years, honestly, since the time when Casket was on his computer and he said, you know what, I'm going to make a video I think the last time actually this happened was I was in a call with Jeff, and Casket said, hey, I had this really weird incident at a Dollar Tree or whatever, and we said you have to make a video about it. And the video it wasn't even as good as the story he told us, and I was like, Casket, like, how don't you know like how to tell this story that's really good? But I think that's the last time he's actually made a video that, as if I didn't know Casket, I would say that's a good video. And I think that hurts Casket. And I would say, Casket, just if you say, hey, just like you said in that podcast, you should go, hey, you know, Pokemon just sent me some email or something. If you made that video, I would say, oh, this is like the fucking coolest video ever.
Yeah,
Has
that's
it
actually
talk
a
about
video
a
that could have been made.
Pokemon thing?
Like, hey, there's this offer that
Right.
Pokemon's giving. It's a little bit suspicious, but I'm going to try it out. And then you take a video of yourself actually receiving the plush toy. That would have been a good video.
Right. But,
I think Casket's also
Hey,
more
Jack.
on when he's not live streaming. When there's like
I
an active audience
know.
on, he gets quieter. Because like I watched a movie with him a few days ago, and he was saying some pretty funny shit during it. But also we weren't on live.
And I can hear him taking a hit right now. And it's like, yeah, it's, in general, Casket he's inertia. He does not want to move. He doesn't want to do things. And who isn't inertia? Who in their life doesn't want to do things? But I would, it's inertia plus I've got 5 months to live. Ask. If you've got 5 months to live, if a doctor told me, hey, historian, you've got 5 months to live, I would say, damn, I better use that 5 months like none other. I better use that 5 months. But Cassie's kind of just like, hey, whatever. And I really think, and I know it's just because of my beliefs, but I really think a lot of things have to do with Casket believing he's not really leaving. He gets to exist in some other dimension exactly as Casket, but not in this body. And I understand why he would say that. I mean, I don't think, and I don't say this lightly. In fact, Krusty might understand more than me, but with my history, I just really,
it wouldn't take a genius. I just think Casket hates this life in a sense. He loves. It's a very weird thing. He loves this life, but he kind of hates it at the same time. And I understand
Well,
why he
yes, I do
wants
have a
this other
love-hate
life.
relationship with life.
You do.
What do you love
And
about
I
it?
think
I don't know. I like that I exist. I hate that I exist in pain.
Yeah, that's sad.
right. And I think the afterlife to Casket is I get to exist without pain. And I don't say lightly. I totally understand where you're coming from, Casket. But what I think is really sad is that I personally don't believe in an afterlife. And I look at you and I'm like, I really think there's a lot more life in you. And I mean, in general, I was trying to say this earlier, but there's three people besides Alice who are in this call who care about you. That's just bizarre. if I said to myself,
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's terrible. Why would you say there's
no,
three people
well,
besides Alice who care about you? Alice also cares.
yeah, Alice cares, but he knows Alice cares, but it's just like
Yeah.
me, Jeff, and Queso are three human beings who are like, we're not in a relationship with Casket. We're nobody. We're in three
It's not
extremely
true.
different places.
We're definitely
Right.
in a
We have a
relationship.
relationship. I mean, right. We're not boyfriends or girlfriends with Casket.
Speak for
But
yourself.
I just
Yeah, not yet. Historian, I'm gonna hit you up.
right. And it's like I'll say this because there's no when I was talking with
Oh, he cut out.
my friend,
Looks like we lost the historian.
he said,
Yeah, he's back.
like, we need nothing is going to happen. I'm sorry if I cut out. I didn't know that. But I was just saying that, my friend was saying, like, oh, just get off this topic. And I think everybody in the Casket verse, most of all, says just like, shut up. Let's talk about Pokemon or something. And to me, if I were a Casket fan, I would say, no, don't talk about Pokemon, talk about this. But in general, I bring it up because I think Casket is too comfortable with the fact that he's going to die within 6 months. And I don't
Okay.
know if anybody knew that
Wait.
before.
I
Right.
thought we were moving on past from this for tonight.
Right. And we can. And again, I was just trying to make my right.
No,
And
I
it's
get you. I
right.
get you.
It's just
I hear you.
dumb.
Octua.
It's just right. Casket, we're trying to move on. What topic should we talk about?
Let's
Wait, Casket, review my order in the screenshot I sent you.
okay, let's see what we got here. We got salsa
Oh, it's
fresca,
too
we got a
easy.
bag of chips, we got a super burrito.
I guess you can't fully see what's in the super burrito, but
Not bad, not bad. I
Yeah.
feel like the chips should be $1 cheaper than that.
well, yeah.
They better be good quality chips.
They give you a sizable bag, I will say.
Well, if they're giving you like a whole bag.
Yeah, really the salsa should be $1 cheaper. Less than the chips.
I do enjoy a good salsa.
Oh, me too.
I love Mexican food.
I realize that sometimes when I talk to the Casket crew verse, I need my journal to remember. Well, because we talk about so many different things. Jeff will, talk about certain subjects, and then Krusty is obsessed with two things right now, and then the historian.
I would kill for a tamale right now.
I hate tamales, man. What the F?
What do you hate about them?
I'm shocked that that's stupid. You have to uncrust them from that stupid corn shell or whatever
So it
it
comes
is.
right off.
Yeah, but it's like, give me the thing without the shell.
Oh, come on, that's like saying, give me all the
Like, what the
peanuts,
F?
but I don't want to crack them. Mm.
Maybe, but it's just like, what the F? And I just generally don't. Maybe I'm dumb, but I just generally am like, what? I don't like them
It
to
seals
begin
in
with,
all the
but
flavor.
then it's like, God, you gotta, you know, you gonna give me something that I have to like make?
God,
No,
what
just
have
give me
you
the effing
done?
thing.
You're a pink pony girl. The historian laughing because he guessed that reference?
No, I don't. In fact, I don't get that reference, but I was in fact laughing because I was just like, oh, Casket's the best. I do. I love Casket. Even if I
Okay, time
didn't.
to. How bruised are your knees right now?
Ooh. Hey, we all love Casket.
Oh yeah.
Shut up. We
Just
all.
imagine Casket like has like a 9-incher, you know? It'd be fucking crazy.
Well, in fact,
If I had a
I was
9-incher,
ta-
I would be doing OnlyFans. What the fuck are you talking about?
Cat
You'd be on a Guinness World
Casket
Records.
Casket made this analogy of like I either roll 20s or I roll ones, and it was like this Dungeons and Dragons analogy. And when I don't remember how it came up. I really do not remember, but it was Casket's peenie. And I said, you rolled a 1, and Casket laughed, and he was like, yeah, I rolled a 1. So I don't think it's a 9.
Mm, well,
Who just made that noise? What?
that'd be Jeff.
Is that, was that
That
you,
was not me.
Casket? I think it was Casket.
See, I'm telling you, man, Casket, the voices, that's you're passionate
He
about that.
does.
It gets you going. You do it without asking. You obviously enjoy it. So I hope in this new year we can lean into your skill set. You
You
do
got
it.
5 months,
Have one.
Casket.
Let's not venture back. I'm gonna take another hit though. I'm ready. Before I just munch on this fucking, I'm gonna
Casket. I
devour this
think people
burrito.
would be interested. There was this one video you made about what's his name? The subway guy.
Yeah.
Jared Fogle.
Jared Fogle. What did you say in that video, Casket?
I say he's a horrible
Fucking-
monster and he needs to be stopped.
That is not what you said in the video. You're a liar, Casket.
I don't remember what I
Tell
said
the
in the
truth.
video, okay? All I know is I made the video because you wanted me to make the video, and I did it.
I did. I told Casket, make this Jared Fogle video. And he made it. And I said, post it. And then the next day he was like, I'm not going to post that, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, can we tweak it a little bit to a point to where you will post it? And he was like, no. But on Casket's computer right now, there does exist a video in which Casket says, if I remember correctly, what I asked Casket to make the video, it was like, I think it was like the city of Tampa, and this video was like trying to honor Jared Fogle, and he was like, "What the f? You know, I don't support this. This sucks." Blah blah blah. It was just absurd, and I was like, "Casket, you know, post it. People will just think it's absurd, whatever." And he's like, "No, I'm not going to post it." And I said, "Let's make another version of the video where it's the same video, but um." We'll make this literally in paint. You will draw a news story that says like Tampa supports Jared Fogler, blah blah blah. Just literally, you make it in paint so everyone says this is so dumb. And Casca was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna make this." Blah blah blah. People are gonna think I support Jared Fogle, and I was like, "I guarantee, Casket, nobody will say you support Jared Fogle. They'll understand that this is just absurd." And
Trolling.
he was like, right. And he was like, nope, I'm not going to make it. I don't support Jared Fogle. And that's my extent to which I try to tell Casket all the time, make a video like blah, 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 which is just absurd. And he's like, no, I won't make it. I'm like, come on, Casket. It's nobody thinks you're pro Jared Fogle if you make that video.
Well, I did when I saw it. I'm just
Dang, you
kidding.
saw? Right.
I'm joking. Of
Casket
course,
won't-
it's still on his hard drive.
Casket, do you still have that video or did you delete it?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
I remember seeing it when you granted me access on that holy special day.
Casket
It was like
does
losing
that.
your
All right,
virginity.
who wants
Crazy.
access to Casket's files?
No,
Remember,
no.
you're still on live
Who
stream. You're still on
I
live
know
stream.
we're on live stream.
I
Wait,
don't
don't
care
do
about
it.
that.
Don't do
Why-
it.
I'm
Don't
opening
do
my
it that.
Don't do it.
files.
Don't do it. No, don't do it.
Hold on. Hold on. Video.
Oh God, this stream is going to be
Casket, I
deleted,
don't-
isn't
All
it?
right, let's see. Yeah, here it is. Jared
I don't-
Fogle.
I found it.
Okay, show that video. I'm
I
so
love how it's
interested.
spelled wrong too. It just makes it even better.
Yeah, I
I don't
misspelled
even
it.
see it. Oh, maybe it's on the YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm just on the.
Oh no, he spelled toilet wrong too. That's okay.
Look, I'm dyslexic, okay?
Show
Yeah,
the Jared Fogle video.
Don't be
please.
ableist, Jeff.
All right, I'm going to show a video that was never going to be released. Yo, what up, everybody? It's your boy Casky King here, back at it again with another video. I was surfing the net, and I was on Yahoo, and I was looking at some of the news articles.
You gotta
I
watch
couldn't
on
believe
YouTube.
the bullshit I just saw. Apparently, in
not on
Tampa
YouTube.
next Thursday, it's going to be Jared Fogle Day. They're
Oh.
giving this fucker his own day in Tampa. Can you believe that shit? So I'm sure me and a lot of other people are going to be protesting this because fuck that motherfucker. I hope he rots in prison.
Compare the lighting in that video to the lighting now with the face light on.
So yeah, come out with me on Thursday and protest.
Man, I even forgot
Fuck that
how good that
motherfucker.
video was. It wasn't even that you were pro Jared Fogle. You were anti Jared Fogle. You were
Thank
like,
you, everybody.
"Hey, Tampa's doing this, blah blah blah."
Bye.
I don't even understand why you wouldn't.
Yeah, why did you shelf that?
I don't know. I just didn't want to talk about a fucking pedophile.
Casket, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
You didn't say what's up, man.
Yo, what's up, everybody? It's Casket King.
Welcome to the live Casket Radio. My question was: is it okay if I update my LinkedIn to say that I'm a Discord mod?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna say court jester at Casket Crew.
You're technically a mod, so yeah, man.
I've made it.
Casket for the next minute.
I'm holding my son.
I'm sorry, Alice. What did you say?
I'm holding my son.
Alice, sometimes when you talk, I'm just like, I feel like you're on a trip sometimes. What does your son feel like? Hello?
I want to see if you can hear him.
Oh, he's snoring.
I think that's Casket.
No, that's the dog.
I don't have a dog.
Excuse me. You don't have a dog?
No.
Oh, it's a cat. Sorry.
People always think that I have a dog because one of my neighbors has a loud-ass dog that always barks.
No, I think I was just being...
Alice,
Rosie was sure that I had a dog.
I
The
really
fuck?
thought you had a dog because sometimes you'll be in a call with Casket and then there'll be a lot of dog noises. And I think,
Uh-oh.
oh, right, Alice has to go take care of dogs. But Alice says, heck no. Those ain't my dogs. Those are my
Yeah, I
neighbor's
discovered
dogs.
that one of those, like I think, like those dogs live so far away from me, like they live across the street.
What the heck? I can hear him all the time.
Yeah,
Sorry. Jeff just posted in the chat this picture.
I'm removing it.
Whoa, Jeff, you faker! Why did you just delete it?
Possibly.
It was a great picture. It was you and I can't even remember what that guy's name is. It was a girl, but I'm trying to think of that guy who was. I don't remember his name. Jeff, you shouldn't have. Why did you delete it? Now we'll put Jeff on the spot. Don't lie, Jeff. Really, why did you delete that?
What did Jeff delete?
I thought Casket wouldn't like it.
Hey, who cares? Casket
What did Jeff delete?
It was an OG Casket meme I made from like 6 months ago.
Oh, was it old? I didn't know that. I was thinking Walter Hudson, I think. It was Casket and a very large lady. Wow, that's alliterative verse. A very large lady. It was Casket and a very large lady.
I wanted to point out the double
I can
standard
see
in our
it by
society.
looking back in the live.
Wow. So Jeff, you say this was a very political thing that really didn't have anything to do with Casket. It was this double standard in society.
I was making a political statement, but I used a Casket as a means to make the argument.
You should have. Casket would have appreciated it. Can you send that picture to Casket alone? Like nobody else can see it, but just Casket, and then Casket describes the picture.
I think he's seen it before.
Well, it's a picture of me and I think Lizzo.
Yeah, I think so.
That's Lizzo? Wow.
I have no
That
idea.
might not be
I have
Lizzo.
no idea what she looks like.
Someone that looks like Lizzo.
That is not Lizzo. That's all I'll say. It's not Lizzo at all. I'm shocked that Jeff even said it was Lizzo because it's not.
I've seen Lizzo like once for half a second.
Casket, can you describe it like painfully, like you're giving too many details? Describe the whole thing.
There's a white background. I'm holding a controller. There's some blurred out words.
Oh, he doesn't even know what the content of the meme is about.
Yeah, he's just
I'll just post it. Why
That's
not?
why I love King. Why? What made you say I gotta delete this?
I don't know.
Oh, come on! Something made you say this is not right. I have to delete this right now.
Jeff.
Because it was good.
For Jeff, that was a hearty laugh right there. Usually it's just a little slight little breath.
I know.
Yeah, just like that. Great prime example.
When do you think, Casket, can you describe? Okay, Alice is in the call. We love you, Alice. Obviously, I've said to Casket a million.
Do you mind if I
I've said to
interject real
Casket,
quickly?
yeah, absolutely.
Before I worry that I'm going to lose this thought, but I have a question for Alice, just because you said her name, and then I'll give it back to you. Alice, are you still there, Alice?
Yeah.
You arrive in Florida. Casket brings you into a room, and it's just you, him, and a bed. What do you do?
I would totally make out with him first. And we have sex.
Keep going. Keep
Alice.
going.
Yeah.
Good. Good. What do you thought? What do you think about that casket?
Very nice.
Great success.
Alice, I've wondered this before, and I'll just say because I think
Oh,
it's
somebody's
interesting.
entered. It is Lennon
Oh, Lennon
Lime.
Lime.
Welcome to the show.
Lennon, I've only talked to you once, and I was not conscious in that
Yeah, you were
moment, but I love you,
blackout drunk.
Lennon. I was.
No hard
Blackout
feelings.
is not an exaggeration. But Alice, I've talked to you before about Casket and kind of like I've never understood where the attraction level stands. And I said to you, like, what would you think if you saw Casket in person? And you told me if I saw Casket in person, it would be the fattest person I've ever saw or I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. And it was other things like this, but and I asked you, like, where does your name come from? Alice Bear Trap. I said, are you into bears, quote unquote? And you said, no, it has nothing to do with that. Obviously, you know more, but I assume you know more about Casket than anybody else in the Casket verse. Are you it? I. It seems bad, but from what you said, I was like, it doesn't seem like Alice is into that. It seems like you love Casket for his personality and not his body. Would you agree there?
Yeah.
But what about as somebody? I can love somebody for their personality, but not their
You
body. But
wanna
I'm
you
not
wanna
going to
know
have.
something very funny? You wanna know a very funny story?
Yes. Yes.
One time I was talking with one of my friends from like real life, like IRL friend, and I told them about Casket, and I was like, I was talking about my cat, and I said that I love my cat because he's so stupid, and then my friend said like, do you love your boyfriend because he's also stupid? I'm just like, you know what? It might be the thing.
Casket, what do you say in response? Nobody can say anything. What do you say in response to what you just heard, Casket?
I am pretty fucking stupid. Or at least I try to be.
Hey, that's enough for me to take a hit. Cheers to that.
Fuck yeah.
Sorry, I'm encouraging behavior we were just chastising like 30 minutes ago.
I
Sorry, I'm
know.
sorry.
When you
I'm sorry.
when you bring up, like, sometimes I'll be in a call with Casket that's not a live call, and I'll say like, oh, I'm gonna eat this or something. Casket will go like, oh, I need to start eating food or something. It's not like you can't bring it up. But Casket, Alice just said something really interesting. Somebody in her life said, you know, you like your cat because it's stupid. Do you like your boyfriend for the same reason? And Alice said, maybe. What do you think when you hear that?
I mean, I don't really think anything. I just, you know.
Alice, is that the truth, or was that a bit like tongue in cheek?
That was true.
Right. That sort of did happen.
Wait, why is there an icon in the hangout room? Discord.
What?
Because I put it
Yeah,
there.
what is that?
How did you do that?
It's the emoji. You can
You don't know
send
how to use
via.
emojis in Discord?
That's Lennon.
Bro, I don't live on Discord, Jeff.
Yeah, you've on it long enough. I figured that out like 3 hours into using Discord.
Really?
Yep.
Wait, who just left?
Me?
I think
Lennon.
everybody.
That laugh was just sounded like Krusty's laugh.
Does it now?
Where is Krusty?
I don't know.
Very
He
good
left.
question.
I mean, he has a girlfriend. IRL in his apartment. I'm sure he's doing whatever.
Lennon, you're not crusty, are you?
Jesus Christ. No, I'm the pickle man. Remember?
Oh, please. Lennon, why do you hurt me and remind me of my
Not.
lowest point in
Let's
life?
not.
I don't even know what the pickle man did.
Okay,
But...
let's move on.
Okay.
Moving along.
Here, well, please let me say this, and then we'll move on to nothing because we have nothing to move on to. I'm really sorry because you know what? I think everybody in the cast, it's the elephant in the room. I don't even know what happened because Casket sent me the link to listen to it, and I was like, I can't even effing listen to this. I was too drunk. I'm sorry for whatever I said to whoever I said to whatever.
You didn't say much. You didn't say
Right.
too
I
much,
just
Marcus.
say, and you know what, Lennon, it's weird that, you're here, but Lennon Lime, I just say, like, I've never heard your voice before. And I know you're like, oh, yeah, you've heard my voice before. I said, no way, bueno, whatever. Like, I have not heard. I am sorry about that. And Casket, you haven't said a lot, but I know you have an opinion on this. What do you think about that New Year's stream and about how I made a Fulioso of myself?
I mean, it happens. We were all drinking. We all got drunk, me included.
Yeah, I think you and Krusty were probably on equal levels. Casket was probably like a 6 out of 10 in drunkenness, maybe. I think we all just called that night a wash and just
It was, but
sent the video into the archives.
You know what? I'll say this: it's 11:43, and in typical Casket, I don't even remember what that podcast is called. Casket King Crew. It should be called Casket Crew Podcast. But Casket King Crew, everyone says it's 9:00. We have to log off. I say, I think this is a great sign that everyone loves you. That it's 11. I mean, yeah, okay, on the East Coast, it's 11:43 right now, and everyone says Casket. We just effing love you. I mean, yes, it's me talking, but I and Lennon Lime's the newest in the group. Alice would certainly say so. I won't speak for anyone else, but you know what, Casket? If I started a Discord call, I'm not going to get all these people joining. And I think, in general, Casket, what do you think of that? That so many people are interested in you, don't you? I won't even put words in your
I
mouth.
think it's great. I enjoy everybody's company.
Is it weird? Do you say, why are people interested in me?
I don't know. People are just interested in me, I guess. So.
Why?
This is nearly a 4-hour live stream. People only give Letterman like 30 minutes. Remarkable.
And you know what, Letterman, I love Letterman, but I wouldn't give him 30 minutes either, and I'll give Casket 4 hours easily. He's the king.
Well,
I mean, why do
that's not fully accurate, Storm, because you weren't here for the full 4 hours.
That's absolutely right. I've not been here for 4 hours. But why did people tune into Letterman when they did? Larry Bud Melman. And guess what? Casket's Larry Bud Melman, and we're all in the call saying, you don't need effing Letterman. You're the man, Casket. And I wish somebody would have said that to Larry Bud Melman, because he was the guy. But I don't know. I'm talking about like 1987 or something right now. So I understand people don't relate. Casket,
Okay,
now I'm going to throw it to you in a mean way because I know you have nothing to say. But what's your next topic of conversation, King?
I think we should talk about the 90s.
Wait, can I add one thing?
Yeah,
There's one thing I
sure.
remember from the New Year's special. Historian said he didn't like metal at all, and Casket with great hubris said he could recommend you a song that you would like.
Hey, this is interesting. Casket, the question was thrown out to you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh,
Do you think you could handpick a metal song for Historian that he would like?
Yeah.
Well, believe it or not, yeah, he's gonna pick the same exact song that he gave me before, which I listened to, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I was
Wait,
not
which
into it."
song did he give you?
I don't. What was the song, Casket?
It was Man of War's Die for Metal.
Oh man.
I listened to it. I don't know anything about that. I wasn't into it, and that's a whole. I think that's a 3-hour conversation in itself. Is I don't know, just like trying to trying to communicate aesthetic pleasure to somebody else. I will say there is a because I was thinking about it a lot. And I was like, what the F? I do like metal. It's funny that this video, because I just went back onto my YouTube, that this video is called Hanging with My Girlfriend. And apparently we have 21 viewers right now.
Holy shit,
But
really?
what's Casket? You go back while I try to find this heavy metal song that, in fact, I was like, I know I've liked a heavy metal song. I want to try to find it.
oh, in Historian, can I ask you something?
I love you, Alice. Ask me anything.
How old are you?
How am I?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, how old am I'm
Yeah.
let me put it in Alice talk. I'm oh shoot. I thought I knew how to say this in Spanish and I don't. Dos
Huh?
dos cincos?
Are you 25?
I am dos cincos. I'm 25 years old. A
Yeah,
young
but
man.
the funny thing is that the way you're saying it, you're instead of saying 25, you're saying five twice. So
Dos is two though, isn't it?
yeah, but the way you're saying it, normally when you say dos of something, then it means like twice.
Oh, I didn't know that. You know what? In fact, I remember there was in the not the live stream, but in the podcast, not CK Piano, but Jeff said like, "Oh, did you ever take Spanish in school?" He didn't say high school. And good, because he was asking Casket, and I was like, "Do you really think Casket took Spanish in school? He dropped out in 8th grade."
No, well,
But
I took French in 7th and 8th grade, so it still was like
right, but you're the Canadian, of course. And
yeah.
when you said that, I was like, man, he must be from Quebec if he's taking French that effing early. But I took Spanish in high school, and I think I've said this to you before, Alice. All I remember from Spanish was Donde están el baño? Literally, that's all I freaking. Yeah, I know. Yo soy whatever, blah blah blah. But in general, it's like "Donde está el baño?" That's what I remember, and I say that to Spanish
Yeah.
speakers, and they're like, "Oh, like oh, ha 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 ha," and I'm like, "It's not a joke. That's what That's what I remember. Where's the bathroom?
It,
Donde está el
so
baño?"
To be fair, that's an important thing to find out.
It is.
I want to
Okay.
know something. What did you learn that because your teacher, like your Spanish teacher, forced you to learn that if you wanted to go to the bathroom?
I learned a lot from just my no, not about the bathroom. I don't remember why I wrote it. I think I remember that because it's just dumb, frankly. But I don't know. I
Because
took when I was in
at least when I was learning like English in school, it was a very common thing that the teacher would tell you like no, you have to say that in English. If you want to go to the bathroom, you have to ask in English.
right, they would do that. So maybe that's why I remember it. But I don't know. I mean, listen, you can speak English. Most people who take Spanish in America in high school just don't know anything. I'll say this. When I was in college, I took 2 years, 4 semesters of Latin, and I remember almost nothing of Latin. So it's like whatever. I remember Donde está el baño. I really use that hard when I'm
Here's a
applying
fun
for
test.
jobs.
Let's see if Alice can say like a beginner to intermediate level sentence in Spanish and see which one of us can guess what she's saying in
I think you're
English.
gonna know better than me, Jeff. Actually, from what I heard in that live stream, I was like, "Wow, he seems to know Hispanic."
I've never spoken Spanish before though, but
This
You
is
did
something
in the
very
live stream.
funny. I
what?
one of the ideas that I have so Casket to do for a video is me taking an English test against him to see if I get more points than him.
Hello?
Who's this? Oh, no, Jamarcus.
Hi. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
It's okay.
I don't know. I was just listening to y'all for a really long time, and I just figured I kept thinking y'all were gonna end it, but since you're not, I'm like, might as well join.
Oh, I
think
thought you were
we're
calling
all
in
well
to ask
aware.
us to end it.
No.
I think we're all well aware when this ends, we're not going to be on a call for a very. Who knows when the next time we're going to be on a call is. I will say this because Jeff asked me about a metal song. I just put in the messages for Casket page on the Discord. This song by the Easygoings. If you happen to know Tim and Eric, you might know Greg Turkington. This was like a metal band he did. Life is for the Living. I knew this, in fact, years ago. I don't even remember if it was pre or post. Man, I forget even what their movie review show is called. But this is a metal song that was originally a song by, I can't even remember his name, something Wilson. Brian Wilson, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, who was the mastermind behind the Beach Boys. He made this song on this. Can't even remember the album. I mean, this is years ago that I've kind of listened to this stuff, but it was not a metal song at all on the album from Brian Wilson. But this band, who Greg Turkington is the main singer, made a metal version of Life is for the Living, which Casket should listen to because he's only got 6 months to live, I guess. But I do, in fact, this is a metal song that, in fact, I really like. And I think, I don't know, it gives me aesthetic pleasure. And I would say, I don't know, I really would doubt if Casket, you would get copyrighted. In fact, this is a whole different discussion, but in one call a while ago, Jeff said to me, like, what kind of music are you interested in, whatever? And obviously I've talked a lot with Case, not a lot, but I've talked with Queso before about what types of music I'm interested in. I think everybody in the Casket verse should have their own sort of DJ, session with Casket where we say, here's 10 songs that I really like, and they're not going to get your channel copyright striked or whatever. Stroked, obviously not, but they're not going to get your channel copyright strike. But in general, Casket, I'm going to bring up and I know Jamarcus just joined, and I'm sorry that I'm cutting you off, but this is a really weird thing that I'm going to bring up, Casket. I won't even say what happened, but you were really upset because you said, I can't be a DJ anymore. I mean, and I don't even say really isn't even good enough. You were like depressed that you couldn't be a DJ anymore. And then once you could be a DJ again, and you told me my purpose in life is to be a DJ on YouTube. Once you could be a DJ again, you didn't. And I was like, well, Casket, why aren't you a DJ again? And I don't even remember what you said. But in general, you were really like, this is my purpose in life, is to be a DJ.
Altogether, I
And
started
then,
having medical issues.
but we're on a call right now, and you make these cyberpunk videos, why can't, instead of making a cyberpunk video, why don't you say, hey, I'm going to be a DJ?
I don't know. I just figured people might have gotten tired of it, I guess.
But if you say,
no,
this is my
Dorian,
purpose in life,
Dorian, you know what my purpose in life is?
to be CK Piano.
No, to sell my body on the streets for cash.
Would do that, CK Piano.
Are you interested?
How much?
I don't
I
think I
don't
could
know. I
afford
guess
it.
hey, first time customer discount. I guess
I got $60 burning a hole in my pocket.
$60. I'll take it.
Why don't we talk to Jamarcus, because she's sort of new to the group.
That's a nice segue. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the group.
Hi, so I have a big storm outside right now, so if I cut out, that might be why.
Winter
Just
storm?
we're getting a cold front.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Louisiana, so it's not really cold, but it's gonna be kind of cold for a while.
Oh, okay.
I think it's gonna be in the 30s, maybe. I'm not sure.
Are you in?
Louisiana.
Are you an OG Casket viewer? Or did you join somewhat recently?
Oh no, I have watched on and off for years. 2 years.
Oh wow. What do you like about Casket?
I just like to check in on him. I don't know. I'm kind of concerned, like what you guys are talking about his health and everything. I just like I'm a fan of different YouTubers that do weight loss and stuff like that. And when I say things about that in the chat, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm saying it like in a positive way, because so many people can change. You know, I've seen it.
Yep. Well, it looks like we got another fan of the group. Hopefully you can jump into the hangout room more often, because we're always looking for new people to hang with.
Well, I'm working on some art. I've been working on it all day. Actually, it was interesting what y'all were talking about with art earlier. I've been listening for a long time.
Oh, with Christ.
Don't take my opinion seriously. I was just playing the contrarian angle.
I'm entering a contest. I try to find like contests that I can enter to try to, win money, but also try to get not famous, but
Do you have a
try to
particular art style, or
I do a lot of
what do you
collage.
like to do? Oh, collage.
Yeah, but I paint too. I got this way that I collage that nobody else really does, because it's very, very time consuming. So
How does
I
it
don't
work?
think too many.
No.
It's kind of like I make a puzzle, and I cut each piece, and they all fit together, kind of.
Really?
Basically.
Oh. So it's literally like physical art that you could put together like a puzzle box.
Yeah, but I mean, I glue them all in place, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's mostly for presentation.
Oh, to hang on. Well, this one is a poster, so if I won the contest, it would be a festival poster, like.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, nice.
Well, they have, I know everything's shared online now, but you still have people that want to buy commemorative posters of different festivals. So they always try to get an artist to do it, because people collect them.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Nice. Well, welcome to the group.
Yeah.
I had come once before.
I remember.
If y'all remember.
Several weeks ago.
Yeah. I was working on art then too. I just like to listen to podcasts whenever I'm working on stuff.
Hell yeah.
Or just people talking live. I don't know.
Do you like to listen to Cascade play Cyberpunk completely silent?
Well, no. And I think I said that too. Like, even if he just talked about like what he was doing in the game, because I do that with other people that play games. I usually just like don't pay a lot of attention, but I like to hear what they say about it.
Yeah, because I'm sure he makes these observations in his head. He just doesn't say them out loud.
Right. We're always thinking. So I always have random thoughts.
Casket, I know that you said you didn't want to play Marvel Rivals, but I can't not mention how it seems that would be an easy way to gain more viewership?
Oh, you should do that, Casket.
Because it's
That
free.
would
I know
work.
it's not your
Why?
style of game, but it's free.
How's he
And
gonna gain more viewership? He's not talking. I don't think that ever we should say Casket play this game because it's like Casket will not talk. He won't comment. He'll do nothing. He will not.
Well, I think he should mix it up. He should continue doing his DJ thing. He should
He
continue.
should.
He should make just like the Pokemon thing. That was like a video right there that didn't happen, but that's something that could have happened.
Yeah, but it'd be short.
Yeah, you can have long videos, short videos.
Yeah, he should. He should.
Do you know his best performing video of the last few months is like 7 seconds long?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
just
a
saying.
short video. And that was because I thought he said it and I told him that it has to be a video.
Why? What is it? I don't even know.
Oh, my video wiener.
Oh, all right. I remember that.
Yo,
was his
what
magnum
everybody
opus.
getting here back at it again? Got my wiener stuck in the vacuum cleaner.
It's just
but that's where I say to. I don't know.
That's like an OG
Look
throwback
at-
to Casket.
It's sort of, but it's like literally if I saw that video and I didn't know Casket, I would just be like, whatever. I mean, that's not an. I understand exactly what you're saying, Jeff, but at the same time, I'm like, why can't we get a real OG video from Casket in which he's just talking for like 3 minutes? Like that would be a real OG video of saying, "Hey, this happened in my life." I'm the historian. I know Casket has a lot of stories, but if I said, "Hey, Casket, why don't you talk about this?" because you've talked about it to me for a long time, he'd just be like, "I don't have anything to say," and I mean, in general, I just don't know. I mean, it's a different question entirely of what should Casket do going forward if he really wants to be a YouTuber? And I would say, this is what I'm going to say, and there's multiple people in the chat, so correct, say your opinion. I would say to Casket, I didn't become a fan because of you saying, "Hey, I'm going to make this wiener video." I became a fan because of exactly what I tried to recreate in the dumb videos, and I think they're really dumb and worthless when I go back and try to watch them. But like light switches and soap, for instance, I was like, you know what, this is Casket, and I just want to hear about the minutia of his life for a ridiculously long time, more than anybody should hear about light switches and soap and this guy's life.
I
But
kind of like
then
that too.
yeah,
Like, I'm weird like
exactly
that.
what right. That's exactly what I say to Casket is like, don't make videos that is going to help with the algorithm because who cares? I say when you make a video, think in your mind, this is going to last for 1,000 years, not this is going to immediately get these people on the algorithm saying something.
Yeah.
And if it's going to last for 1,000 years, right.
This could be in the Smithsonian one day.
And it should. And I mean, it should be in the historian.
Could be.
And I think, Extra Queso just said something. I don't know if it could be. Extra Queso, well, I don't want to go on and on, but I'll just say this. Part of my
classic historian line.
Right. I know, right? That's bad. But I'll just say this in a sentence or two. I said to Casket at one point, I want to be your historian. I want to capture everything. And my history of him is just basically like, I want to know every minuscule, tiny little nothing. In fact, I'm trying to remember what I called the history of Casket is, and I can't even remember what I called the history of Casket, but what did I call it? Oh, Well, I remember for a second. Now I don't. I didn't remember. I remember where it comes from. It comes from a sonnet by Shakespeare, but it's oh, it's the Chronicle of Wasted Time. And Casket actually told me I really like that title in terms of the history of my life. And I said, yeah, by wasted, Shakespeare doesn't mean wasted as we understand. He means kind of depleted. But in general, I've recently, only recently, and I never even said this to Casket, but I don't know if I'll remember this. I found the epigraph, the sort of quote
We'll
that's
be
going to go
right back.
before. We love you, Alice Bear Trap. But I
Bye.
found the epigraph that I was like,
Wait,
this
Alice
is
is leaving?
perfect. She will be right back, but we'll
Oh.
hear from her. And the epigraph was something like, in studiis parvum est. Nothing is small, nothing is worthless in scholarship. And that's what I said to Casket. And in fact, the real epigraph will be, which I've said, Jeff will, from years ago, I don't know if he'll remember this, but I'll try to say this. And everybody, whatever, but this is a quote by Sir Thomas Browne, who I love, one of my favorite authors. And this is why I write the Casket history. It's not only
Historian.
because I love sorry.
Sorry, no, sorry to interrupt.
No,
Who?
but the reason I write the Casket history is not because I go, oh, Casket's so, he's so interesting, he needs to be remembered. I say, if I didn't, and if YouTube didn't, who would know about Casket the moment of his death? This is just kind of typical stuff in terms of human beings, but it's a
We should
quote by
count
Sir
how many
Tom.
times. We should count how many times you talk about his death.
Oh,
Like I swear it's probably like 40 at this point.
Well, yeah, I won't. I'm sorry.
it's
I
okay,
won't.
historian. We know you care. That's what matters. But historian, who will believe my verse in time to come if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet
I
heaven knows
don't
it is
know
but a tomb, it's
which
hide your
poet
life
says this.
and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes and in fresh numbers mount number all your graces, the age to come would say
Oh,
this poet
it
lies.
must be Shakespeare, and it must be one of his worthless sonnets.
Worthless? What do you mean?
Worthless. His sonnets are worthless. I'm sorry to say it. I know I titled my work after his sonnets, but if Shakespeare was a sonneteer, nothing would come of it. But in fact, this is interesting. I won't even say what I was going to say, but I wrote this sonnet the other day. It's a Shakespearean sonnet. I think it's a worthless piece of crap that I won't publish. But Casket, I'll read this to you. It's a Shakespearean sonnet. I wrote it in practice. Um, and Jeff posted a great image that I hope he immediately deletes as soon as I mention it in the chat, because he says,
No, that one's
"Oh,
staying.
of course, because it's related to me, you won't delete it." Casket, you will. Okay, here, Casket. This is a Shakespearean sonnet that I wrote, and I wrote it metrically. I was just trying to fill out the meter because obviously I'm trying to write a Casket play right now, and I'm just trying to work on meter. Meter is very hard to do. I think I'm at a comfortable place right now, but here's a Shakespearean sonnet that I wrote, and it sucks, but I'll read it because it's nothing. It's on paper and it doesn't mean anything. Do you desire to do you desire to eat your fill of meat, to fill your gullet with well-aged wine? Are all your dreams encapsulated in a treat, and limitations merely running time? Does blood in you congeal with dripping sand? Do nightmares rankle brainwaves with old age? Will thoughts of never reaching promised land keep you from earning life's allotted age? If fourscore years or 70 you fear will be the maximum you'll live to see, will decimations of undrunken beer leaves spinning corpse within your grave to be. Well, not to be you'll find is better cheer than drunken, fat, outrageous 60-year. And thank you to Jeff. I assume
That wasn't me,
that clap
actually.
noise is gonna- Wow, who made the clap
That was
noise?
Queso.
I really enjoyed that poem, and I would actually like,
Quesos.
can you send that to me. I'd
Queso,
like to
thank you. And you know what?
That was actually well written.
I generally I try to write a sonnet every day, and that was one of the sonnets I wrote, and it was spit, as I would say, which is a euphemism for shit. But
See, this is more examples of you being hard on yourself for no reason.
We should, though.
No, there's a
That
difference
was
between there's a difference between being hard on yourself and holding yourself accountable.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Who did we lose?
Lennon.
Who did?
Oh, Lennon.
That's not. He
Oh.
does that every time. Don't worry.
Man, that's sad because actually I wanted to talk to him online, but
Well, he doesn't really
yeah,
talk.
I wanted to interrogate him a little bit more.
In general, I mean, it's a Shakespearean sonnet. It's spit, but I wrote it with Casket in mind, in fact, and with my relation. And then Casket, as Casket knows, I mean, that's nothing compared to what I try to create with my play and with my biography of Casket. Casket is my muse, and I love Casket, and I really think that, yeah, everything's gonna, my play and my history is gonna come out after Casket dies. But
Can I ask you a personal question, historian?
absolutely.
Have you ever?
I mean, it's very personal as well.
Personal, but like I feel like we've talked enough to, you know. I hope you're ready though. Buckle up. Have you ever, historian, touched yourself thinking about Casket?
Absolutely not. He's not my type, and I think, no offense to Casket, but it's just. I mean, I in fact asked this to Alice earlier in the.
What was that?
I don't know what that was either.
That was Jeff.
Casket knows.
Casket knows, and he laughs maniacally. But I mentioned that earlier in the call. It's what? What is?
Come on, Jeff. You gotta stop now.
That was not me.
What do you mean?
But I mentioned this early in the call with Casket. I mean, with Alice, and I said, "Well, Alice, it seems to me that, in general, from what you say, you love Casket as a person, but physically, you might not be so attracted to him." And I mean, obviously, I have zero attraction to Casket. I love him platonically, as Plato described. Never, but. My interest in Casket is platonic, and I've never looked at Casket and gone, "Oh my God, that's so hot." I don't say that rudely to you, Casket, but who
I'm glad to know I'm
does? Who
so
looks at
damn
me?
hideous.
He's not actually. You know, he's just a heavy guy, but he has good face, I think.
Oh, Alice.
Not Alice. That was no Jamarcus.
I know it was no Jamarcus.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's such a stupid name. I just like picked it randomly. Ugh.
Well,
I think it's interesting that so many women will. I mean, Casket just had a different girlfriend besides Alice, and I just think it's interesting that so many women are like, "Wow, Alice." I mean, sorry, Casket is like he has some sort of attraction level.
He seems nice too.
Yeah,
until he touches food.
and that pays off. Niceties. He's nice about whatever. Whatever. I was gonna make a pun, but who cares?
It's so hard for me to believe that you're 25 years old.
Why do I sound younger or older?
No, you sound very older, much
Well,
older.
Given your cultural references, you should be like 78 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, please.
This
You
is the
wouldn't
jazz
even
music
believe
from
it
like the 30s.
Yeah, that is
if
why
you knew
when he said that he was 10 years younger than Casket, I was like, what do you mean?
if you knew the things I spend my time reading, you wouldn't even believe. I mean, it's the 1570s. It's very old. I don't. But anyways,
I mean, I
in fact,
think that's cool.
but in fact, I've tried on various occasions. I've tried to make Casket read a little bit of Shakespeare, and he has, and it was kind of funny. Multiple times he's read Sir John Falstaff, and I just
Yo,
love it.
wait,
But this other time,
that's a great idea,
it,
Soren, and I wonder if
it
Jeff would
was
approve. Is
perfect.
if we get a Casket to get high through edibles, and then have him read some like goofy, funny or
He
introspective.
hates to read, though. He
Okay,
hates to
fine.
read.
He'll read one, and then we'll read one. We'll read two. We'll alternate.
But actually, I sent Casket this really obscure poem that I just love, and I was like, try to read this and whatever. And I don't remember what happened, but he couldn't read it. I could send it to him again and make him read it on this stream right now. Although it's a very hard poem to read, I will admit that.
I just
Yeah, that
wanna
sounds
I
very
just
boring.
Casket, if you can.
I just want to say that Queso has wrote a sonnet in my honor,
I
and
I
it's
did not write it. To be fair,
oh damn.
it was
I was gonna say
ChatGPT.
it's
I
very
know. I feel
good.
like if
Oh, sorry. I would
if
write better than
anybody
that. I will
writes
write.
anything, you have to imagine AI wrote it.
Yeah, it's very AI led, but I will Casket. I will definitely write my own for you.
Casket, do you remember the time you received an audio message from Kristen Bell? A personalized message? And you fully believed that was real and not
You
AI
had
for like a
me
full
until
week?
a certain
Uh-oh.
point.
Bro, it was such a good.
This story?
I wrote something out with AI and had it be cloned in like the voice of Kristen Bell, who's like a famous, I don't know, she's on a TV series or something. And I sent it to Casket, and instead of being like, that's BS or whatever, he was like, oh, interesting. And then just went about his day.
Well,
It
the
was
thing
like,
is, you can buy shout outs from celebrities now. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I checked it out, and it had me until about halfway through, where I'm like,
yeah, then
wait a second.
in the second half, it gets a little bit explicit. Uh, I would have him play it, but I don't even know if it's YouTube friendly.
It's
You
definitely
remember?
not.
You remember the voice, the crypt keeper? If I don't know if y'all are
Oh
old
yeah,
enough to
I
remember that one.
do.
Right.
Well, for my sister's birthday a couple years ago, I paid him to give her a message on that thing where you pay people and they record videos.
from the voice actor of the Crypt Keeper.
Yeah.
Oh
It
hell
was
yeah!
really, she loved it. It was
It's
really cool.
called Cameo. Cameo.
Yeah, Cameo. I couldn't remember because I only ever did it just that one time to do that. It was pretty cool.
Right.
Dude,
I'm
I love
shocked
Tales
that they're
from the
still
Crypt.
alive.
Amanda, I don't
Yeah.
want to ask a rude question, but feel free
Okay.
to say pass. But can I ask how old you are?
I already told you guys that I was 40. Well, I'm 42, really.
42. Okay.
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't remember.
Oh,
You
maybe you
just
weren't
said a name that I'm like, where did you get that name from?
from YouTube.
The queso.
Uh,
Oh, I'm
YouTube.
sorry.
YouTube.
It's okay. On YouTube,
But
my name is Amanda Love. I don't know why I didn't just make it that on Discord.
Yeah. Well, I'm
but
wondering
Casket.
John. Why are your pronouns eat shit?
Oh, mine?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just silly.
Casket. I sent you the link to this poem that I love. In fact, it's one of my absolute favorite. I just think it's beautiful. And I would love if you could read it
Casket, I looked at
without
it.
interruption.
Oh Lord. Casket, if I have struggled to read
Why?
it, you're
Why do you
really
say,
gonna
"Oh
struggle
Lord"?
to read it. Because I was looking at it
That's
myself.
why I love. That's why I think it'd be fun if
Well, yeah, and I
Casket read
consider
it. I've
myself to
sent it
be
to
quite.
Casket before, and he wouldn't read it.
I consider myself to be quite well versed in literature and stuff.
It's the prologue to this poem that I think the poem itself is not that good. It's just, but I love this prologue more than anything. Like, it's one of my favorite poems in the world. I just love this sort of weird.
God, if I
The
wasn't so
diction
fucking
is just
dyslexic, I'd
so.
be able to read this shit.
Actually, the dyslexia might help you.
No,
The dyslexia might help you in this
no.
case.
Oh, who
You
persuade
read
my
it, Cass.
willing Aries into this lake simmering side night who leads me into the
Right.
fuck me, dude.
That's not in the poem.
Yeah, I know it's not in the fucking poem.
Oh,
I can't
okay.
read this shit, man.
I was gonna say.
I don't know what Cimerianized means. Cimerianized?
I can't tell if I'm dyslexic
Right?
or if this
Who
is just a strange
persuades
ass
my
word.
willing who persuades my willing error into this black chimeranized night?
Oh,
Who
Wait,
leads me into this
Dorian.
concavity, this huge concavity defect of light, to feel the smart of phlegeton tyke fight? Oh, who, I say, persuades mine infant eye to gaze upon my youth's obscurity, is the first stanza, Casket. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes, quite good.
Wait, historian, do you know the general prologue to Chaucer's Canterbury Tales? And
Of course, of course.
can we say it together in the original English?
Oh no, I don't have it memorized. I mean, let me think.
Juan that
It starts
April.
with this thing about string. It's about spring,
Juan that April with his shorter sota.
right?
Right? The draft of March.
When that opera with his
And
tower
prodded every vine and
sota
swished the cord. Yeah, I thought you
and
might know it.
switch to the core. Of course, it's beautiful. In fact, I don't even really like Chaucer all that much, even though I love Middle English. But my favorite of the Canterbury Tales, which I would love Casket to read because it's short, is in fact, it's weird. It's the one that Chaucer himself recites. It's called Sir Topaz. It's this really weird verse. I mean, it's this really weird what do you call that? What, man? This not blank verse, but tail rhyme. It's this really weird tail rhyme romance, and I would love to hear Casket sing. I mean, not sing, obviously sing, but because it would have been in Chaucer's time, but to recite Sir Topaz's story. But in general, I think, I mean, I don't know. It's Chaucer's very important, but there's a lot more interesting things, just like this. I mean, nobody knows this. A professor at Harvard wouldn't know this, even though they might know Cyril Turner. It's obscure. And that's where I say, Casket, you're obscure, but yet I love you out of obscurity. And that's why I say, read this.
Do you guys ever watch movies together?
Yeah.
I do
Oh, we
sometimes with them.
do more than
Wow,
that. And, don't worry.
that's the perfect question for Jeff.
Does he talk while we watch movies, or?
You know, we watched Wicked 3 days ago, and he made
Wait,
some funny
what?
comments. But
Wait, when did you watch
not,
Wicked?
Not on stream.
Oh.
It was just in the hangout room.
Oh, I missed it. Damn.
Yeah, we'll do movie nights sometime.
Yeah.
He made some pretty good observations. Probably half of it couldn't go on YouTube though.
The historian guy.
I-
Is that who you're talking about?
In
No.
fact,
Well, who?
no.
No, we're
But
talking about
I mean,
Casket.
he wasn't
Oh,
talking
okay.
about me and Jeff. Jeff wasn't talking about me. But I will say this: there's a movie that I love that's in the public domain. It's a silent movie, but I think Casket would love it. I mean, I won't say that, but I think Casket could watch it.
My favorite
And
movie. My favorite movie is Napoleon Dynamite, and I've probably watched it like 15 times. And if it's ever on, I don't care if it's at the beginning, the end, the middle. I'll watch it. I love that movie.
Nice. I feel the same way about
that is a
Twister.
great movie.
What did Casket say just now?
I feel the same way about the movie Twister.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm gonna have to watch that one.
He sent me a link for a video game today, and it was about storm chasers. I don't know why he's so interested in.
I love
tornadoes.
extreme weather. I can't help it. Mm.
Well, you moved to the
You
right
live in the
place.
perfect state
It's
for
gonna
that.
fucking kill you one day.
I watched this YouTube channel called Dreading, and it's a true crime thing. And he'll make like a 5-hour video, 6-hour videos, like court coverage, and I watch it, and I'm just like, it's my favorite thing.
You mean they cover the crime and then the trial?
It's usually multi videos, but like the last ones I watched were this TikTok guy that killed his wife and her new boyfriend or whatever, and it was just him in court, and they were just talking to him at like cross-examining him for like 5 to 6 hours.
I like watching police interrogation videos.
Oh, me too.
Because at some point you figure out the like framework that they're always going by.
I like watching those as well, but don't you feel like, oh my God, at the end of the day, it's like, why am I taking pleasure? Why am I getting entertainment from like these horrible crimes?
No, I don't feel that way at all.
Casket, I have good news.
What's the good news?
You made me
Burrito
remember
has
something
landed.
that happened to me.
The burrito
Yesterday I
has
was talking
landed?
to my mom
The super burrito has landed, to be precise.
Nice.
I was watching a Squid Game with my mom, and she asked me what after a guy kills somebody. She asked me like, "Hey, would you kill somebody if it was like the only way of you for you to survive? Like if you don't kill this person, you will die." I was just like, "Yeah, sure."
You are an animal, Alice Bear Trap.
It's the most natural thing, though. I mean, if someone's threatening to kill you, to retaliate.
Yeah, if you're fighting somebody and you're clear and like it's the only option, then yeah, I would totally kill somebody.
Yeah.
For my life, sure.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I threw
I have
Casket off topic because he wanted to talk about the 90s, and I sort of veered away from that.
I did? I can't remember.
Yes, you asked.
Right, I
Like
would
an
say that
hour
was
ago.
probably my fault, not Jeff's.
Well, now I want to talk about something else.
All right, what is it?
Let's talk about extreme weather.
Yeah, what is it that you like about it?
I don't know. I love the dark clouds. I love the crazy wind, the sideways rain. The fact that some shit gets destroyed,
How do you feel about hurricanes?
I love a good hurricane.
I mean, you're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Are you in North Florida or?
I'm dead in the middle.
Oh, I'm right on the coast of Louisiana, so I do not like hurricanes at all.
Yeah, I'm over in Tampa.
Well, when you talk about dark clouds, Casket, do you like the fact that some of these things are like almost biblical in scale?
Kinda, it's like it's an event. It's out of the ordinary. It's not something that's happening every day.
It also seems like you're into the end of the world kind of stuff because always you were talking about the Mayan calendar and how you were
That's
thinking that
true.
was going to happen.
Yeah, I was kind of counting on that.
Me too. Amanda, have you ever played Jackbox?
No,
I haven't.
I've never heard of it.
It's a
Jackpot?
party. Yeah, it's a party game.
Is it like a sexual thing? Because I don't know
No.
anything about
No,
that. Okay.
I was gonna ask if it was.
No, it's like things like trivia and stuff like that. You can play it online with friends, so we've done it a bunch of times.
Oh.
Is this a sexual game, Casket?
Not
No.
really. I mean, some of the questions might get a little spicy every now and then,
What
but
is
it's not
that?
going to be like,
What is that?
oh, tell everybody the last time you jerked off or something like that.
That would be never.
But
That would be
Casket,
never.
when is that? When has there ever been a spicy question?
I don't know. Wasn't there a question about lingerie once? Like, how many percentage of people bought
Lingerie is
lingerie?
not that spicy. Okay.
I mean, that's just about as
Oh, come
spicy as
on,
it
that's
got.
spicy.
Damn.
That's pretty spicy, Casket. I don't
My brain has
know.
been corrupted early on. I'm fucked.
Yeah, I'm desensitized to everything, too.
You know?
Yeah.
This is something we should do for the next segment. But if we have enough people on, we should do Cards Against Humanity.
Oh, we should totally
Oh,
do
that's
that.
fun.
Yeah, we should do
I've
that.
played that before.
The online version, though, right?
Yeah, there's one
Keep
that
forgetting that we're still in a
we've
stream.
got a link for it.
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, I know that I got to be the contrarian, but I hear that and I say, "Oh my God, please, Casket, do not do Cards Against Humanity."
Why? Why is that
Okay,
going to be
what would
bad?
you prefer?
I would prefer a video where you talk about hot
No, we're not.
dogs.
Wait, but we're talking about a game, playing a game right now.
Yeah, I know, but it's like video. Video. Yeah, if Cass is gonna play a game on his own, yeah,
No,
just play it. I don't care.
we're playing a game
But
together.
in terms of who needs a game together? Play a game together called Hot Dogs, and then you talk about hot dogs.
That sounds gay.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah.
That sounds gay?
Yeah.
Ugh.
A game called Hot Dogs? It sounds gay.
It kind of does.
Oh my God. I can say things, but I won't bring things up. But in general, I've talked to Casket before, and I've said, if you were if I
Hey.
still existed and you didn't exist, I would say, man, I really wish I had these dumb videos called Hot Dogs or something where you said, here's my experience with hot dogs in life. And whatever. I mean, Casket could
Guys,
equally
I'm
say,
gonna
here's
end the
my
stream by
experience.
posting porn in the chat.
Hot dogs is not sexual, though. I mean, I think it's interesting that everyone sees hot dogs as sexual. Everyone's eaten hot dogs before, and they probably didn't think this is a sexual act because it's hot dogs.
Yeah, but it's not a game though. It's eating. It's different.
And I would say this:
We're going to play a game, man.
I don't think there should ever be a game on the Casket channel again, in my opinion. And if Casket wants to play a game, think of a word and then make a video about that word.
Wait. What's Jordan? What do you have against playing games?
I just think Casket can't make it fun. And in general, I don't like any sort of game.
Do you lose a lot?
Yeah, you're
Whatever.
really bad at playing games.
Are you a poor sport?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Are you a poor sport? Like not good at losing?
I am a poor sport, right?
Oh.
No, I just say to Casket, in my opinion, Cassie's not going to be around
Oh
forever,
my
and I don't
god.
think anybody.
Wow.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I've had to hear that 20 times tonight.
Don't make me
Well,
tap
I
the
won't
sign.
then.
I'd be afraid. Like if someone was saying that to me, I'd be afraid they would murder me.
Yeah, I'm a murderer.
Well, I mean, you're a bit interested.
Oh, I'm sorry I brought that up. In fact, for the rest of the call, I won't bring anything up.
No, historian, don't do
Did
it.
he leave?
No,
Deja
he's
vu.
still here. He's just muted.
Okay.
Don't make me tap the sign.
Jeff is like, I'm just like, uh-oh.
It's like, we need a running counter. Cassie, you need to work that into your OBS setup. You just, yeah, you got a little clicker every time the historian says it.
Technically,
Oh.
we're running us in second day of this stream.
So wait, was everyone else down for Cards Against Humanity then?
Yeah, for the next stream, we should do it. The next live stream.
You don't want to play anything now?
Oh, it's late.
I want to go to sleep.
Yeah, we should probably end this bad boy.
Oh, fair enough. There's just
Okay, I'm going for the shotgun to shoot him.
All right, everybody. Thank you for being with us for this live stream. As always, I am Casket King. This has been my girlfriend Alice, and my good friends here.
Are we supposed to say something?
Yeah, if you want to say something, go ahead.
It's goodbye from us.
Okay, bye.
Being here.
Take care and brush your hair, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Man.